Geographical, here we go. And here.
Message just to make sure they're getting it upstairs.
Hello. You want to pop yourself near someone with a book? Mwahaha, no sitting on your own at the back. Right, schedule. Today, 9 o'clock. Here we are. Try to get online.
How does that mic stretch? You like to be standing behind.
I walk around.
Okay, there we go. No, that's all right. There you go. Then that might make it a bit better. You get a little bit more range. Okay. Yep. They've got it upstairs, so that's
Okay.
good. Perfect.
Cool,
Thank you.
So I'm just refreshing the page.
It's written as a passion's way, and also the author as well is very like, you know, I don't know if you do Twitter or anything like that. If you sort of like
Recently in it.
so he will reply. He's really interactive with people. So if you sort of
as a geography teacher, you kind of have to do it.
yeah, well, yeah, it seems that hopefully it's not all going to be bad because I'm really worried that that's important. I love connecting with people. So he will if we could send you just in the his book and you were wondering what he thought about the situation.
Yes, there we are. Cool. Let me turn the sound off.
He's really great for that, and he's done all sorts of things like did one of his
You've seen that one.
and Julius Dr. Borelli has done some stuff as well. So
It's such a if it's written well as well, as you said.
yeah, I mean, if you have a little read, have a little,
Am I going first, Catherine, or are you going first? I can't remember.
I think we just decided we were just going to like.
Oh, we were just going to wing it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Morning, everybody. Welcome to the first full day of the conference. Yay!
So exciting.
Give us a cheer and a wave at home. Yay! Oh, I love it. I love playing the hybrid crowd. Okay, folks. So welcome to this project, this session about the RETEACH project. Hello, welcome. Please stick yourself nearer to a book if you can. It's great. So my name is Kit Marie Rackley. My pronouns are they, she. And this is Jog Mum, because that's how you better know her as, Catherine Owen. And we've been involved in this project for a while now. And I don't know that Federica, who's watching, thank you so much for everything that you've done with this. Federica Frillo is the person who leads on this project. And yeah, we're going to tell you all about it and how it can really enhance your teaching. Now, since you have books in the room and none of you have, I mean, a couple of you have devices out, great. I mean, you can sign up to this if you haven't done so already. It's not necessary that you do it right now. You can do it later. You need an institutional email address to sign up. It's free. Sometimes they haven't managed to list all of the tens of thousands of institutions on there, so it should work. But if it doesn't, you can email Federica to say that you can't get on, and she'll sort you out. But so if you can't get on that within the next like 5 or so minutes, this QR code and the link is going to stay up on the screen for a bit. So don't worry about rushing it now. But it does give you free access to the website. So folks at home, hopefully you've seen my link in the chat and you've sorted it out already. But you've also got the email for Federica if you're having trouble to access. You folks will need to access the website because you're not here in the room with us with the books. Effort. Right. So
I've got a Hamilton in my head now. In the room where it happens.
gotta be in the room where it happens. You weren't expecting that, was you? Right. Okay. So, so we're just going to flip off each other. Now, when you think of wider reading, I bet this is the first thing that comes into your head. Yeah. This is what we mean by wider reading. I didn't realise that David Priest was on the front of this book. Until I'm not saying he's a lazy teacher. I've no idea who this person is who shouts out about green beans. But when we think of wider reading, extended reading, things like that, we always try to think of how are we going to develop our own CPD, our own knowledge understanding. I mean, Catherine, what do you to be consider like further reading from your point of view if you were like the classic teacher training, teacher CPD style?
I'd say Powerful Geography by Mark Enser is a big one at the moment that everybody's reading. And the thing is that, and there's publishers that are putting out a lot of books about different things, and it's great to be able to look at ideas. It's great to be able to, I mean, like this one, I love Dual Coding with Teachers. Absolutely fantastic to find out about that idea of pedagogy, but then it's nothing if you haven't got that subject background to it. So I think one of the things that that Ulk thought about with the RETEACH project was, you know, we've got things like all the newspapers and the academic papers and things like that that are all out there. And then we've got wonderful books like these, which are telling you, you know, use dual coding and, you know, this is just full of, my favourite section in this one, I think, is where it talks about like careers and geography for the future and stuff. Absolutely.
Yes.
And you've got all this amazing stuff, but how does this connect? How do we connect our teaching in the classroom, our passion for the pedagogy? How do we connect that with our passion for geography? And one of the really cool things that you've probably noticed about geography teachers is we do actually like our subject.
When
you're in the staff room, you know, it's like, I love my colleagues, but you don't necessarily, like in Maths Corner, it's quite rare you hear a conversation about maths going on. Whereas, you know, and yeah, we do have like different corners. We do have the maths department corner. It just happens. And then you've got like in geography corner there, you've got like people that are just sparking off each other, thinking we've got that passion for that subject knowledge. So I think, you know, books like these are great, but books like these are amazing for us to be developing that subject knowledge and wider understanding of the world.
This one's in the room. So those of you who've got that
say a
one.
little bit about your Thunder and Lightning books. That's one of your
Yeah,
favorites.
this one's in the room. So just hold it up if you got it. Yeah, I carried that all the way from Norfolk to Norfolk. Hope you appreciate that. But if you flick through that when I got that as a Christmas present. And that when I flicked through that, I read it, absolutely blew my mind. That did. It was such a unique way of telling the story of weather, climate, and all that kind of stuff through poetry, through artwork, through historical events. And I was like, if I was still in the classroom, because as a lot of you know, I'm not in the classroom anymore, but if I was in the classroom, there is so much stimulus in that book alone. And you could pretty much write a whole scheme of work on that book alone when it comes to weather and climate. And it also has this amazing cross-curricular element. You know, if you're going to enhance literacy, for example, there's a lot about, you know, creative writing and poetry in there. If you're going to link it with history, that it links with historical events. There's you know, some natural hazard case studies in there, and there's some biblical references and some religion and RE and RSE or whatever you call it nowadays. So that's what we're talking about here, right? This one, if you came to the GA conference in 2020. That was the Teach Meet where me and my eldest, Theo, talked about the books. And this is Blown Away. This is the one where Clive the polar bear comes from the North Pole to visit the penguins in the South Pole. Very cleverly done. I was really upset when I saw Clive the polar bear in Antarctica. But right in the corner of the page, there was a little map of his journey from the North Pole, so I forgave the author. So yeah, this is one of my favourite fiction books. It's set in a dystopian future. I think it's Singapore. No, it's Bangkok in Thailand. I'm not going to say the full name of Bangkok. It's about that long. Because I usually try and say the native indigenous names. But this one's about the sea level rise, and they've got a giant seawall to prevent the sea from like filling in like a bowl. And it's really amazing, like how there's like this elitist system between renewable energy and the haves and the have-nots. There's so much there. And if you want something a bit more hopeful, you've got this kind of, it's based on factual trends, but it's fiction and it's about like hopeful future. So we call this like solar punk, and we call this cyberpunk. Cyberpunk is usually dystopian. Solar punk is usually utopian or kind of more hopeful future. And I find this so much more enriching. I mean, it's not that I find these boring or stale. I just get more stimulated and more excited and more
So do the
invested.
children, don't they?
Exactly, and I think the
it's
children
really
do too.
lush as well when you can sort of,
Oh, yeah.
you know, read a little extract from a book, and the kids are first of all shocked because maybe you're using fiction, not non-fiction. Like, what? And then they're like, "What was that from? Have we got that in the library?" So I've been trying to, you know, connect with our librarians so that things we're using in lessons, we're also got in the school library, so they have got, you know, they're empowered to be able to take that sort of reading journey into their own hands.
Yeah. Oh,
We
so
get a
that,
bit enthusiastic.
yeah.
about
I won't
this,
play this video, but that's the one I was talking about the Teach Meet in 2020. So if you search on the, yeah, you should be able to find that if you search for that. The link's there down there anyway. So we'll skip that one. So we've kind of mentioned it a little bit already, but I want us to think about why exactly is extensive reading important for teachers. But one thing we never ever should forget, and I know that we don't forget, is that, you know, we are teachers, yes, but really first and foremost, along with the people in our classroom, we're actually learners. We are always learning. So if we approach our profession as learners, then that connects us more with the students that we teach, that we work with, and it also opens us up to growing and to enhancing our subject and to, you know, finding out things which continually blow us mind, and then we will go through it right to the end of our career without, you know, learning something new. So yeah, I mean, I won't take us through some of these, but Catherine, do you want to take a few of those and I'll take the remaining ones?
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I mean, one of the things that Kit put this slide together, and I teach from year 9 up to A-level, and when I looked at this, some things just jumped out, and one of them there was this idea of autonomy, because one of the things that I found, I don't know those of you that are teaching as well, if you found in your schools that one of the effects of having the children in bubbles for COVID was that everything was very spoon-fed, and to practically be able to teach lessons where you have the children in the same room for the whole day, you were doing everything from the screen, and it was quite sort of, you know, we do this and do this, and some of them are now really struggling with the idea of taking control of their own learning. And if you try and get them to take control of their own learning, also, I was talking to Chantel earlier about the resilience has gone. And so if they come across something hard, they stop. And so I think if you can get them engaged using, you know, text which really motivates them, getting them to have that bit of independence over their own learning is something we really need to be working on to get children basically, you know, back to, I mean, we've always had some that were quite passive, but it's something that does seem to be an issue. I was also talking to Chantel about writing, and how when you're talking about students at Key Stage 3 now, they may well have missed a couple of years of their primary school education because of the COVID lockdowns. The writing has really suffered, and you've got to experience good writing to be able to do good writing, haven't you? And it's also as well, it worries me a little bit sometimes that writing that children do in schools can be very formulaic. You know, your peel paragraphs, which I'm not a massive fan of, but reading different books, they're going to see different styles of writing. They're going to see, just in the books that Kit put up on the screen just now, so many different styles of writing that they can start learning from, and you know, sort of taking the ideas and putting them into their own work. So I think those are two that really stood out to me. Which are the ones that
really stood out to me? I would say, well, the top right one most definitely. I mean, that's without giving. I mean, when I support teacher training and at the UEA and online, I always say that one of the best ways of enhancing your subject knowledge, and when you're constantly reviewing your subject knowledge audit, is to read. And it's not just textbooks and what's on the reading list that maybe, you know, that their PGC or their SCIP coordinator gives them. It's beyond that. It's like and I always ask my students, I always ask them, what fictional stories have you read or listened to that's been relevant to your teaching? And they look at me like, what are you talking about? Like, I should be reading this textbook, I should be reading the Mark Ensers, I should be reading, you know, all this kind of stuff. I'm like, no, seriously, I want you to go and figure out. And then so I bring in like these books and stuff like that, and I say to them, right, you need to kind of find one of these. I will lend this to you, and I want you to see how it enhances your subject knowledge, please. And they come back buzzing, and it is almost like the next session is almost like a book club session. So it's really, really good. But also this one, I mean, I wasn't really much of an avid reader growing up. I mean, I used to read like Roald Dahl over and over again and stuff like that. But it wasn't really until I met my wife when she really got me into reading, where I then read Lord of the Rings for the very first time. And then it really developed my love of reading. And now I branched out. And to her absolute dismay, I kind of read a lot of geography, non-fiction and fiction now. She's like, well, what about that novel I bought you 3 years ago? I said, well, I haven't seen the geographical links in it yet. So, but it has sustained my motivation to read. And I'm now in that position where quite a lot of us readers are, where we're building up a back catalogue of things to read. Like we were given Deepo Fiolin's book last year, how Africa's not a country, and I've only got a few chapters into it because I'm splitting between books. But that's a nice position to be in.
I saw someone on social media the other day saying, instead of worrying about your to-read pile getting bigger and bigger, be excited about all those opportunities that are in there. So, you know, because I think some people start to get a bit intimidated. Like, oh, I've got all these books to read. I think I'll just go and do the dishes. But, you know, it's opportunities in there. It's not looming over you going, you haven't read anything.
Yeah, absolutely. Right now, folks, I want you folks to talk to each other now and have a think about one of these four things, right? So I want you to think of a book, any book at all, and pick one of these because, you know, you might not have anything for 2 or 3 of these. That sparked an idea that you've then transformed into an activity, a lesson, or even a whole scheme of work. And it can be fiction or non-fiction, okay? Caused you something to develop something completely new, which informed your teaching, build on your existing knowledge or skill, which you've used to improve your teaching, or provided stimulus to build on the student's knowledge and skill. So if we just give you a few minutes to do that. So those of you folks at home, if you can't see the screen, what I'll do, I'll type those into the chat for you so you can have a think about one of these 4 things. Okay, folks, we'll give you a couple of minutes to do that.
Instead of like just held it, and I remember it was related to the secondary learning. That's what you like. You see these things you like.
Okay, so folks at home, what I've done, I've typed in the chat 4 options for you. So, have you read a book which has done one of these 4 things? Okay, and it could be non-fiction or it could be fiction, right? So, if you can type in the chat, maybe a book that's done one of these 4 things for you, then I'll communicate that to people in the room. Wanted to make sure this is truly a hybrid Anybody at home going to send us something?
For me, when I first think about wildlife in documents, exposing, that's what I have.
Aha, thank you, Joanna.
All these
Oh, Chico Mendes. Nice. Okay, folks. So if we move on. So if I do a couple online, and then do you want to ask people in the room? Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. So we've had a few responses online. So Joanna says, we use the passage of text from the Ethiopia chapter in Power of Geography to develop synopticity with year 8. Thanks for that first thing in the morning, Joanna. PA Geography, we use Chico Mendes mystery activity for years to teach about deforestation. I recently discovered the book The Burning Season, which is biography of Chico's life. Sarah Hodges, disaster by choice. Well, of course, we've got that in the room as well. Disaster by choice, built on existing knowledge, led to guided reading, piece of work, and a class discussion about the impacts of earthquakes. In fact, we'll be, well, there's something about remind me when I talk about the podcast about Ian Kelman as well. Okay.
Right, okay, so
Thank you, folks at home.
right, okay, so let's ask some people. So what were you guys talking about with
Nice and loud so folks at home can hear you.
You were talking about we were talking about the idea that introducing to students that just because something is published doesn't mean you can't argue against it.
Oh,
that
very
you
good.
can't
Oh,
say
nice one.
Yeah.
So you were talking about looking at some chapters in Prisoners of Geography.
I had a feeling Sarah might come up with that.
Yeah.
And we were talking about that idea that if they see it in a book, they think,
Oh,
maybe
that's
this is
brilliant.
we
Yeah.
can't
Yeah.
talk about this. This is the truth.
Mhm.
But we're building that kind of, you have an opinion too. We're
Yeah.
geographers. We work on
Yeah.
evidence and arguments.
Yeah.
And can I give a shout out to your article in Teaching Geography? I can't remember what edition it's in, but it's a very good critique of Prisoners of Geography, which I think is very, very important because there's a lot of criticism of environmental determinism. So
Right, bro, and then I'm going to
thanks, folks.
run over to the other side here. Ask you guys what you've been trying to check out.
We were talking about using poetry and non-fiction.
Yeah, poetry.
Perhaps poetry with lower school, about what it's like to be trapped in an earthquake as a sort of to lesson on impact of earthquakes to make sure we were taking sort of human or humane level kind of understanding that. You were talking about using non-fiction with A level, trying to say give them a post-it note so they thought about what 5 things they learned or something, so giving them skills to process what they learned rather than just either passively read it or write everything down, which is quite passive.
I don't get in my school a massive number of A stars at A level, but it's always the ones that get A stars are the ones that have done that extra reading.
Yes, yes.
And it's just, you can almost tell when they're in year 12, you can almost feel like you're an A star student because they are the one that not only does the reading, but like you say, they can actually tell you at the end of it. If you say, right, tell me.
That's because they're here as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And so, giving them those opportunities, I think it's sort of, we can lay that piece out in front of them, can't we? And we can't actually force them to eat it. We can't shove their faces into it, but we can make that piece look really attractive. And then some of them will choose to indulge, and they tend to be the ones that then go on to do extremely well. Yeah,
and
brilliant.
this is where it's so good to have like a cross-curricular element, because if you can link up with other departments, especially the English department, and then, you know, they might have their prescribed texts, of course, but then if there is any level of flexibility, you could decide on a common text. And so then they can use it for, you know, developing the English skills with their English. But I'm thinking about A-level in particular.
We've got nodding here because
And
you're
geography.
doing
You're doing
something
that. Could tell.
like that,
So
aren't
I'm doing that, yeah. So I've got a session, it's the last session tomorrow, and it's about how we use fiction texts to teach and enhance geographical learning. There's a typo in the programme, and it says non-fiction.
Oh no, that is a big. That's not a typo. That's a.
All about fiction. So what I've done is I've done exactly that and sat down with our head of Key 3 English, and we've looked at techniques they use in English lessons to produce activities and have creative activities through using the literature they use. And we're transforming it into how we can look at things from a geographical perspective. And it came out originally from the book Windrush Child, which,
Right, yeah.
Alan put together a scheme of work for with Matt Podbury, and we're now trying to sort of look at ways we can, you know, take that forward, how we can make it more creative, how we can kind of change the activities around a little bit, and sort of look at ways that get the children really thinking about the geography in the book, but perhaps through techniques they'd be more used to using in an English lesson.
Yeah, I love that Matt Podbury got a shout out as well. He's done so much work for the geography community with his geography pods over the years. And it doesn't have to be a whole entire text. So, for example, this is one that I used to do when I used to teach about the Middle East, or I probably would change that to Western Asia now or something. But and we did this session about whether the Qatar World Cup should have been hosted, because I think we did this session about like 2016. So the Qatar World Cup had only really just been announced, and so there was this amazing article in the National Geographic about migrant workers in that part of the world, so not just Qatar. And so what I did is instead of giving them the whole entire article, I kind of distilled it. I understand that maybe I might have, using my inherent biases, distilled it. So you've got to be aware of that when you're distilling text and you're making it concise. But this is a way I did, like with adaptive teaching and flexible grouping. So I didn't give this to every single student. I offered it. I said, okay, how many of you don't mind going to the library for 10, 15 minutes, sitting down, having a quiet read? And I liaised with the librarian, Joe Rowe, with this as well. And I said, and then you sit around a table and you discuss it and you bash out a 100-word summary. So that was a way. And then they went, about 8 students went and they read that. The librarian said they were amazing. They come up with something and they came back and they read out their 100-word summary to the rest of the class, while the rest of the class did other bits. Some people did climate, some people did about whether the stadiums were going to be sustainable and stuff like that. So it doesn't have to be a whole entire ream of text. It could be just a couple of pages. It could be a passage. It could be just a poem. You know, it could be something you've distilled yourself in a way like that.
And you can adapt that as well if you've got information on students' reading ages. Because one thing we did a couple of years ago in my school is we did like a sort of big sort of testing program in year 7 to see what the reading ages were. And then you can very subtly make sure children are accessing something that they can actually read. So so you can, like, you know, before your lesson, and it looks like in the lesson you're just dashing out those articles, you know, but actually what you're doing is you're making sure that, like, you know, Fred, that really struggles with reading, has got something which is going to be appropriate, whereas Fred's twin Barney is much better at reading and has got something which is going to be a little bit more challenging. And then by having this idea of having the 100-word summaries and sharing them, they still all get to hear about all the reading, but they've been able to access. I think it's just really important we consider the students' abilities to access, and we make that ladder so they can all climb to be, you know, really enjoying reading. I heard head of PE the other day use the hair in the soup analogy. She said, if PE lessons are really bad at school, it's like, you know, if you find your hair in soup in your restaurant, you're never going to go back there again. So if PE is really an uncomfortable, unpleasant experience for you, then you're not going to be engaging in sport when you're older. It's the same with reading. We have to be careful that we're not giving children a hair in your soup experience, because they're not going to go back and want to do more reading if they found it a really unpleasant experience.
Ready for me to read something?
Yeah.
So I'm going to
do
read.
it.
So this is one of the things that appears on the RETEACH website and the list. So this is from Bill Streever's Cold. So I just want you to think about this as I read this. The Eagle River is a U-shaped valley scraped out by a glacier with the steep cut angles of valleys cut by flowing water. Higher up in the mountain around us, other valleys and end in waterfalls that stream down the side of mountains. These hanging valleys mark the surface of the old ice, hundreds of feet up. In the past, the big glacier, the thick one, flowed through this valley, extending beyond what today are the high mountain passes. And the glaciers in the high mountain passes intercepted the glacier that flowed through this valley. These glaciers in the high mountain passes flowed into the larger valley glaciers, that shallow streams flowing into a deep river, leaving their beds perched well above the bottom of the deep river. But these streams and rivers of ice moving leisurely, mounting, grinding power. Boulders carried the glaciers, litter the valley floor. My son climbs the boulders while I stare at the mountains. Imagine this place buried under hundreds of feet of ice. This makes me imagine Manhattan under ice. 50,000 years ago, the Wisconsin Glacier overran what would become New York. Somewhat famously, it ground grooves into the rocks at Central Park. What would become New York has been overrun by many glaciers, a complicated coming and going of glaciers that advanced and retreated over thousands of years. A cosmopolitan mingling of ice and the effects of ice that make the modern world seem inconsequential. The glaciers in New York are now gone, as is most of the glacier here in the Eagle River Valley. All that is left is a pathetic remnant near the head of the valley. The world has warmed. In national parks, there are signposts of the extent of glaciers in 1959, 1965, 1970, and so on to the present day. Trees grow around these sides. The glacier itself might not be visible until you are standing next to a sign that says 1959. In 10 years, it might not be visible from a sign that's dated 1970. And in 20 years, it might be gone altogether. People say that the glaciers in Alaska have retreated. In fact, they have melted, withered, and in some cases disappeared, warmed and thawed into miniatures of their former self, or warmed into fervor until nothing is left but a ghostly memory running over ground rock. So that is just the equivalent of a single page from this book. And can you imagine the amounts you can dig into in that? Okay. And if that's too much for you, you can always use the horrible geography books.
But I mean, also making that link is great, because if you've got, like, a student maybe that's feeling a bit intimidated by a book like this, sharing a page like that, and then maybe they don't understand, maybe they don't know what a hanging valley is, they don't know what a U-shaped valley is, so go to this one. And make those connections, so they can see how the non-fiction is supporting the understanding of the fiction, and how it's all, how it interacts.
That was my plenary. This was a year 7 lesson. This was my plenary, and this was my start for the next lesson.
Yeah, lovely.
So, right. Okay. I guess we can start talking about the actual website now. So Federica, we're getting onto it now. Yeah. Right. So talk to us about the RETEACH website, then, Catherine.
Right. So this project, I have to say, has just been absolutely fabulous to work on, because there was sort of, an email went out, anybody interested in coming up with reading lists for different topics, like, excuse to read loads of books. And so what's happened is that a team of geography educators have worked on creating different lists. We've had a lot of freedom to be able to do the topics we want to and in the ways we want to, which has meant that we've been able to really just go for it and come up with all sorts of different approaches to looking at different books. It was decided to organise into different sections. So what you do is you go onto the site, and I don't know, is it worth people having a little look at the site if they've got devices now? So if you do have a phone and want to have a little look to see if you can get onto it, then I think if they scan the barcode there, Kit, will it take them to?
Yeah, that will take them to the sign-in page.
Take you to the sign-in page. And then basically what happens is that you get onto the page that you saw just now, and you've got those different topics that you can go into, and so you click on those, and then that is going to take you then to a load of titles, and then you can choose which one you want to look at. Now, for each title that we've got, you will then have 4 reading resources that are recommended. Now, I say reading resources because it's not all about books, it's also about academic articles, and it's also about news articles, and it's also podcasts. There's for most of the list, there's 4 main ones that are recommended and have a little write-up. Some of the write-ups are longer than others, but there's little write-ups for them. And then there's a link, so you can find the book if you want to be able to get hold of it. Quite a lot of the stuff is free to access. So quite often you're going to click on the link and it's going to take you to, like I say, a news article or a PDF of an academic paper, things like that. We've made big efforts to make sure that you don't click on a link hopefully very often and it says like this will be £300.
Yeah.
You know, we've looked with a sort of, you know, geography teacher budget in mind, and the idea is that you'll have a theme. So what's the theme of this one?
That was one of my lists. I think that was the it might have been that one, the natural hazard process mechanisms. Yeah.
So you can sort of, you know, basically choose something you want to look into, and it would give you 4 with a little explanation, and then it would say further reading, and there'll be another 4. There's also a link. There's also links to little video clips which are available. I don't know if you guys know about the Educational Recording Agency, ERA, and that is freely available for you know, for you to use. And so quite often it links into that, doesn't it, as well? We've got little links to the clips.
So that's what these cards are in the book. So what I've done here, I've just screenshot the categories that particular book appears in, and obviously I've not been able to put the whole of the blurb in there, but I've put the little description that list compiler had written about that. So disaster, not surprising, Disaster by Choice by Ian Kelman appears in 3 different lists because it's such a great book. And you can see kind of the kind of thing that we've done that. So you folks at home, hopefully you're scrolling through the RETEACH geography website now, and you can see how the lists are all compiled and whatnot. But this just gives you an example about how it's laid out. And if you just imagine this as a whole, you know, a page of 4 or 5 things like this, and that's what it all looks like.
And the thing is as well, because they've been compiled by geography educators, there's a bit of rhyme and reason hopefully behind it.
Yes,
so quite often when you go onto a reading list, you'll see it tells a story. So maybe the first book might give a bit of background to a topic, and then the next recommendation might home in a particular area, and then the next one might actually be something which would contrast with the one that was before it. So you'll sort of, you know, if you're going through those readings, hopefully you'll take a bit of a journey through exploring the topic, and then you've got the further readings and the little video clips and stuff, which you know, that you can choose to have a look at as well if you so wish.
Joanna Payne online said this is a great resource. Just looking at the Africa is not a country section. Nice to see the girl with the louding voices mentioned as a fiction read. Love that book. So that's great. So you see how it's also helping to diversify voices. It's also helping to make sure that there's a representation of the subject. Come to Teach Me this evening, and I'll do something about that. So, as you know, you've got a piece of fiction there from someone from that part of the world talking about, you know, what it is to be someone from that part of Africa. So, and
we've really tried to diversify the reading, because there is a massive issue in schools where, you know, we tend to have, like, there's the canon, isn't there, of the books that, like, I don't know if you guys do like tutor time reading, but we have tutor time reading program, and we read lots of books by dead white men. And so, you know, when we were trying to come up with these lists, we were really thinking about empowering different voices, and I think there's a slide talking about that coming up, isn't there?
So for example, if you combine, so shameless plug for my podcast here, if you combine, for example, Disaster by Choice by Ian Kelman, but then you synergize that with another piece of medium. So here we've got Dr. Keston Perry talking about Haiti. So if it works, let's see if I can play this.
countries I'm particularly
Sorry, yeah.
interested in is Haiti. As a society, it is at the one time it was for France the most lucrative colony owned. If you look at in terms of the size of the country, it is not that large. And now today it about 10 million people, inhabitants. And at that time, France and was gaining its wealth because of during the colonial times, that is, was gaining its wealth because of the plantations it had in Haiti. How I make that connection to current climate change is the fact that the kinds of patterns of extractive agriculture, the kinds of environmental practices that were put into place during colonialism meant that communities, in order to get things like income and sources of energy, meant that communities in Haiti had to engage in certain kinds of deforestation, engage in environmental practices that were colonial practices at the very beginning.
Okay, so we'll pause it there. But now if you link that to pretty much the whole chapter in Ian Kelm's book about Haiti and Haiti earthquake, and you combine that with that more of that backstory, that nuance, and what Dr. Keston Perry was saying, it opens up a whole new realm of geographical question and geographical thinking, and absolute access, gives you that access to that nuance that's been missing in a lot of teaching up to this point.
And when it comes to this diagram here, books can put you beyond your comfort zone
Yes.
as well, which is so important. So you've got, like, when you've got things, those hard questions, those big dilemmas, difficult things in the world, it can be, people can be fearful. And a lot of our children are scared about the world. I teach in a secondary school in Somerset. We do not have a great amount of ethnic diversity at all. And then you'll hear students say things, where did you get that idea from? And they're getting it from social media. They're getting it from some of the newspapers. And they're scared. And they deny that there's problems. But reading can take our students and us, because it's really important that we keep thinking about where we are, and we can learn. And we can start to think about questions that make us uncomfortable, and we can start to, listen to other people who think and look differently to us. And then hopefully we can get into the growth zone, and we can be promoting and advocating for geographers who are doing fantastic work to be able to open up people's eyes to some of the issues to do with privilege and to do with bias and to do with things like colonialism. So it's, books are a way for someone like me that's teaching in Somerset in this, very sort of backwater type place, for me to engage with the world and to be challenged and to be thinking about, actually, I need to learn a lot more about this, and I need to listen to these people. It's great. Books take us there.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So, Catherine, this is one of your slides. So
Yeah. So I just wanted, there's loads and loads of different reading lists on the RETEACH website. There's so many. And also I have to say it's worth looking at their history one as well, because there's a RETEACH history and it is
come out of the fear zone, folks.
So
it's the learning zone. Look at the history list too.
History teachers are our friends. So like I say, with this project, it's been brilliant. We've just been given so much freedom to develop our ideas. And so we've been able to think about this idea of enjoying reading, and that's been really important to think about enjoyment. Really important to think about different perspectives and raising awareness of a range of voices that our students may not normally come in contact with, but also, let's face it, a lot of geography teachers won't have come into contact with, and having this range of resources. So these are just three of the things that I've worked on. So this one is looking at the idea of Africa is not a country, and so this is fiction and autobiography. So I've got here a range of books here. So Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie, Half of the Yellow Sun. I don't know if you've read it, but it's it's about the civil war in Nigeria. It's about Biafra. It breaks your heart, doesn't it? I see you're nodding. It's a book where it's such an emotional book. I think one of the big things as well that's really important with Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie is she recognises her middle class privilege, and she writes about this, this very middle class family and how they're affected by the conflicts. And a lot of children have got such skewed ideas of different places in Africa. They don't realise how diverse they are, and they think everyone's poor, and that's obviously rubbish. So
and to add to that as well, she's not very popular with the trans people of color, because she's they believe she's very transphobic in what she says about them. So it just goes to show that even by her own admission, she can't represent the entire community of that country.
And then those of you that follow me on Twitter, you know that I've got a big connection with Uganda, and I love Uganda. And this book here is just beautiful. It's short stories, and I read it just before I went to Uganda for the first time, and it just turned my thinking around. One of the things that I've been told is that when you meet somebody in Uganda who you want to show your respect to, then you kneel. You kneel. And I, being white privileged feminist woman, when I was in this country, I was just like, no one makes me kneel, mate. And then I was in Uganda, and I saw, I met amazing people, and I was just, and I saw when people were kneeling to people, and I was just like, I'm so stupid. I'm not understanding what this means in this culture at all. I need to totally reassess my way of thinking. This isn't something that by me kneeling is making me a lesser person, that's ridiculous. So there's a beautiful story about that. And there's a beautiful story in here about a lot of people in Uganda have an English name and their Ugandan name. So one of my best friends is Benedict Sassy, or Sassy Benedict. And it's talking about that and talking about people that are reclaiming having two Ugandan names. Oh my God, it's just full of beautiful stories. This
discussion we had in Miney, isn't it?
Yeah.
Miney and I had the same discussion for the podcast as well.
And then we've got Trevor Noah, Born a Crime. You probably know Trevor Noah, who's become huge in the USA with his doing sort of chat shows and stuff. And he was born in South Africa of one parent who was white and one that was black, and that was illegal. And it's his story, and it's beautifully written. It's quite comical in places. It's very sad in places. It's amazing. And Bettina Kappa's books, there's just she's done several, and they're just beautiful for gaining that understanding of different places. And read these different books, and you're going to get because Bettina Kappa's writing about Zimbabwe, and so you're going to get this, sort of finding out how's Nigeria similar and different to Uganda, similar and different to Zimbabwe, and then of course South Africa is so different again. Getting our children to understand the diversity in Africa. Now this one,
got about 5 minutes.
Oh, we've only got 5 minutes, right? I'll be less enthusiastic. This is some of the ways that I've used different texts. Sorry, I could just babble on, couldn't I? So these are some of the different texts I've used. So just 2 moments to look at these. This one we read a whole chapter. I didn't think the kids would sit still for long enough to have a whole chapter. They were enraptured. They were just fascinated. This book of Trespass, really recommend it, challenging the idea of ownership of land. And we're doing a topic on hydrosphere with Year 9 in the summer, and I've got some extracts to read. Things like, who has the right to use banks of rivers? Questions like that, really get them thinking about it. This book is more of for our older students and teachers, challenging use of terms like slums, and thinking about, where's this language coming from and what associations do we have with this? Obviously, this one's for sale upstairs or downstairs, wherever, in the GA shop. So clear for Year 12 students. This book actually comes up on a couple of lists as well, I noticed. Because it's fantastic about one family and how they adapted their farming. And we've talked about this one already. So it's amazing.
Right. So I think what's best here, because I think we've discussed it and looked at the books in the room, is that particularly for folks at home, there's 3 things here that you could do, perhaps maybe when you're having a break after this, is if you explore the RETEACH website, and for you folks, you can think about this when you get the opportunity to. Try and find a book that you have read, but the recommendation, the blurb tells you, maybe an idea that it can give you to use in class. Find a book that you could read, so maybe you haven't read it already, that can give your teaching some extra, I didn't know how to word, I just put extra spice. This is something I like to do as well, is actually read books where I have a blind spot or an area of weakness. And so it helps to boost my confidence, my knowledge. And in fact, reading the book works, really does work for those of us who are, despite what you may think, I'm actually an extroverted introvert, right? So I'm quite happy to curl up with a book. And for some people, that might be the best CPD rather than going to something like this.
Also, as well, one thing I found is that when I've done CPD for my little multi-academy trust, and I give people a bit of choice, people as well that need more flexibility. So people that maybe need to pick the kids up from school, or people that need to, work at different times of the day because that's what suits them. If they've got opportunities to read books, they can do that.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, we've talked about this book already, so for those of you, do get a quick look at that before you leave, I think. But this is just an example of one of the pages in that book. Think this thing just, if you're doing hot environments and deserts, look. I'm not going to say anymore. It just speaks for itself. It's just so wonderful, pretty. So beautiful. I know, and it's such an amazing. I can't recommend this enough. And it's not just about reading. Think about podcasts as well.
Did you get sci-fi in here?
Maybe. Yeah, I did a podcast with a sci-fi podcaster about cli-fi. Yeah, and myself and Alistair Hamill did an episode of that about the colonialisation of the Federation Star Trek. Yeah, maybe. Digital Planet is really good because they do a lot of interviews with people from the horse's mouth about the stuff that they're doing. Lots of very focus on place in Africa and talk to the people themselves about what they're doing about digital technology and stuff. And we have a podcast coming out for RETEACH. I got there in the end, Federica. Let's see, what's the time? So this is from my chat with Andrew Kane, who's hilarious. He appears on this list here for his book Marine Biology.
So I guess then, if we say to walk into a school, could it be your school, Catherine's school, my ex school, whatever, and you notice that you have either this book or one of your full books on the shelf in the staff library or the student library or both, what do you think it is about your book that might be compelling to teachers or students?
It's fun. It's humorous in part, so it's not serious all the time. There's too many, and I'm not criticizing in any way, shape or form, but there's the more humor you can get into the classroom, the better it's going to be.
Totally agree.
And it's too stale. And so, there's lots of humor in that book. The kids will smile. And as soon as you see a smile, you've got them. And then they can start to learn better, for want of a better word.
Yeah, so is there any particular part in your books where you were like, you had to chuckle yourself? You're like, I can't believe I wrote that. That's pretty cool. Or like anything that you think would get a laugh out loud, a lol, as the kids would say.
A lol
nowadays. Yeah.
One line is I think it was talking about an urchin that lived in the sand. I was talking about something else that lived in the sand. I can't remember what it was now. But then I said, and this urchin would plough past and destroy its house. As it burrowed through the sand. He just added, and if you think you've got trouble with your neighbours, just think about that poor little sod.
So do look out for that. If you follow, as it's got the bottom left there, RETEACH_UK on Twitter, you'll find out when the podcast comes live. One thing that came to my mind about this is that when the awful are you going to have the time to do all this, right? Well, podcasts, yeah, fine, you can do that on your commute and whatnot, but somebody has read that book or those books, right? If you put out a shout to the geography teacher community or whoever, or go into Twitter or social media, people talking about that book, they might have done the work for you and found relevant passages for you as well. So we're not saying that you have to read every single one of these books cover to cover, right? because that's just impossible, which is why things like geography book clubs are really, really useful, finding out who has read it, you know. And as I say, if all you use, if you then go to when you get this off the GA website and you just take a screenshot of that desert page from Thunder and Lightning and use that, isn't that something? Yeah. So we're not saying that we're expecting you to read everything cover to cover. Remember what I said at the beginning, I've got mountains of books stacking up that I haven't been getting through. So yeah, any final thoughts from you, Catherine? And we're on time now, but any final thoughts?
Just any questions, really?
Any questions?
Yeah.
We can take a couple.
It's not a question, but you said that if you couldn't get into that website because you haven't got an academic email. I do have an academic email, but I'm a foreigner and it doesn't like me.
Well, what you do, and Federica, if you can put in the chat if I'm stepping your toes here, if you could tell us. But if you go onto the RETEACH website and then email them and then say that you were here at the GA conference and that you're a member of the geography teacher community, mention that and talk to Federica. She should be able to sort you out. Federica, can you just confirm that for me?
Go on to the RETEACH website.
Yeah.
You can do it via Twitter because I've done it while sitting here. My institute.
Oh, someone's actually done it in the room. Well, okay, excellent. You were in the room when it happened.
And send them a message on Twitter. They've literally sorted it.
Yeah, fantastic, brilliant. If you're interested in listening to more of what Dr. Keston Perry said and other chats like mine with Hermione, for example, and with Chantal, then I've put my card up here and you can access the Coffee and Geography podcast through the website there. So
I just thought one more thing.
One more thing.
Just one more quick thing, which you inspired me to remember, is we also need to think as well when we're reading books about the experiences of our students and their lived experience. And we were just talking earlier about the tragic impacts of the earthquake in Turkey, which you've got family in the area. And so we do need to be really, really careful when we're reading different books. Talk to students.
Yes.
You know your students. And know a little bit about their backgrounds. And then if you know you're going to be reading something which maybe is going to be particularly something that may be a real emotional experience for them, then, have a little chat. And they might well be able to give you some fantastic input as well into their way of looking at a situation. So I think that's really important as well, is think about our students and get them to suggest books to you as well. What have they read?
Can I have a quick comment on this? Because I think this would be really interesting to bring into the MA education and also with the initial teacher education, because there could be teachers coming from different backgrounds and they may have the access to the books in their own language that haven't been translated into English yet. This is kind of also a way we make it more diverse.
Absolutely.
And not just with giving readers, but open it up.
That's a good point, Hermione. Yeah, some of the work that you've been doing as well, because you what was it, that book you said that you read, but it was in Chinese, and then you read that, but it was English, but it was something you did quite early on in your career.
I read too many books.
Yeah, you've read a lot. You've read a lot.
Yeah, but so because I came from China, so that's how I started with reading with Chinese things, and then started reading Harry Potter for my.
That was it. It was Harry Potter.
And then a lot of different things. So you will see in translation. Actually, went to Harry Potter kind of summer school. It's not just about Harry Potter. It's about different what it translates into different language, even in British English and American English.
That's
actually
a good
use
point.
different words.
That's a good point. Yeah. That's a very good point.
That's quite interesting because I think that was by a literary scholar. So he goes with all of this and
interesting
to translate this.
Because half my family in America, I get ribbed for it all the time. One more, Chantal. Yeah.
Have you got any suggestions on how to use kind of like speeches? Because we've started trying to use speeches, so like extracts of speeches, and then we kind of, if it's a video one, we've used the like the closed caption, written it out like a speech, because then again it's another different type of writing, and particularly
one that's on a list that I've done quite recently was I've done some lists that link in with popular GCSE case studies, and of course Nigeria is one, and there's one that's I'd probably pronounce it wrong, but Chinua Achebe, who has written a book which is basically a massive great rant on the state of Nigeria. And so that might be something where if the students are studying Nigeria as part of changing economic world, and then you bring in, this incredibly well-respected literary great who is basically saying this country has so much potential, but is unable to achieve because of the systems in place.
I found it quite useful to try and get marginalised voices in by having that, and sometimes there aren't books there from those voices.
Absolutely.
So sometimes it's
Yeah.
coming from smaller extracts and starting.
That'd be good if we could all sort of like look for things like that and then share ideas. That'd be brilliant, wouldn't it?
On YouTube, if it's got closed captions, you can actually, I've forgotten how exactly you do it, but you can turn on the transcript, which will put the closed captions on the right-hand side, and it will follow through, and you can actually highlight and copy and paste them onto something. Yeah.
Brilliant.
Right.
Have we got time for one more, Kit? Or
It's just a question. The name of the podcast, digital something. I missed the last
Digital Planet. So the podcast, I mean, unfortunately, they've had their last episode, but they've got years of backlog catalogue, and it's just so good.
Good examples maybe for intermediate technology.
Yeah, no, there's plenty on there. If you go onto their website, the Digital Planet podcast website, you should be able to use the search function to find something. But they've clipped lots of things, so you don't have to listen to a whole entire podcast episode. You can listen to like the 2 or 3 minute clips. They're just brilliant curriculum artifacts that you can use.
we better let everyone go, wouldn't we?
Yeah, we'll be all day.
But if you see us
Thanks,
around
folks.
and want to have a little chat about books at any point, just go for it.
If you can bring the books, you can take the card with you if you want. If you can bring the books back here to me at the front before you go out, that'd be great. Thank you.
All different countries. There were so many books untranslated.
Thanks.
I like listening to the audio.
You're right. That's lovely. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Do you want to put this one right front and centre? Thank you.
Life? I'm live, okay.
So what do you mean? They spend 5 days on the ship. How's that?
Is there any water on this? No, don't worry, I'm managed. Don't worry. Okay. Okay, I think we'll make a start then, because it's 10 past, if that's okay. Hopefully a few more arrive later on. So before I start though, just checking, how many of you are actually teachers? Good stuff. Okay, that's pretty much everybody actually.
PGC student.
PGC, okay, almost a teacher. Getting there. Okay, good stuff. I asked the question because I went to a careers event on Tuesday in near Wembley Stadium in Brent, and it was there's a massive sort of tens of billions of pounds of investment going on in that area, and they did a careers event, and they'd written to 60 schools to get children along to come and hear about what careers are on offer in all sorts of aspects around that development. And one person turned up. There were lots of old adults, older people who had got different qualifications and looking for jobs. There were lots of people from industry looking for networking opportunities. But I saw one person who I'd say was under 16 in the whole place. And it was a bit difficult because I was on the stage and I prepared a presentation to give to 16-year-olds. And there was one person there and 50 adults, so it was quite interesting. So I've prepared for this one, but I might be throwing too much at you. So please do challenge me or ask me questions or tell me to explain myself a bit better if you need to. So how many of you know what the built environment is? Given your geography teacher, I'm hoping you do. Good. Someone like to give me a definition? It's hard, isn't it? It is hard. Okay. The way to describe it probably is it's not the natural environment, really, isn't it? So if it's man-made and it's created by humans, then it's the built environment. And that's what we're going to be talking about today. My name's Terry Watts. I run an organisation called the Chartered Surveyors Training Trust, and I'll explain where that all fits in very quickly, just to let you know about what we do. And another question for you: what sort of jobs do you think there might be? What careers do you think there might be in the built environment available to you? Throw a few out there. City planning, town planning, good. Yeah. Engineering and geology. Yeah, good stuff.
Being a chartered surveyor.
Being a chartered surveyor. I'm talking. You understand. Thank you very much. Good. I'm delighted. I'm not a chartered surveyor, by the way, but I've just worked for the Chartered Surveyors Training Trust, and I've worked in the built environment I've done all sorts of things. So won't go into that now. So what we're going to be talking about today is a sector that's hidden in plain sight, and most young people have no idea the built environment exists, even though they live in it. They go to school in it, they have their entertainment in it, and they visit it and they hang out on the corners of the built environment with their friends or wherever kids go these days. Mine go to all sorts of places these days. So they seem to spend an awful lot of time in cafes, drinking coffee and having sandwiches, which I can't afford to do, but they seem to be able to manage to afford to do that. So good stuff. So the CSTT, first of all, Chartered Surveyors Training Trust. I won't bore you with this too much, but it's really important, I think, and I would really like feedback from you because I very rarely get to actually speak to teachers. You're a very elusive bunch. So if you can give me feedback, I'll be really pleased, either now or later on. That'd be terrific. We're a charity. We don't want money from you. We're not charging anything for all the stuff we do. Any money that we need to run this charity comes from industry, and we will never ask you for money to do things like this. Everything is free and available without any strings or expectation of making a turn on it at all. Okay, all that we need to do is to show the industry that there are people out there who are interested, and that apprentices and young people and older people start to want to come into the sector, because the sector's got a lot of problems, which I'll take you through in a few minutes. The CSTT was set up back in the 80s, and some of you look like you might remember the YTS scheme, where they had a recession, a bit like now. They had a program to get young people into new jobs, a bit like now. And the surveyors said most surveyors are male, white, privately educated, middle-class people, a bit like now. And so what we need to do is make sure there are more diverse people introduced into the sector. And they worked really hard to do that, and they have made progress. It's much better than it was in the 80s. It's not good. So there's still a lot of work to do. And the CSTT was set up to do that. Started offering apprenticeships, which was going really well. They had about 500 apprenticeships running, really good program. They tended to take people from more diverse backgrounds, so not necessarily white male or middle class, but from less privileged environments. And it worked really well, and they had lots of successes. Unfortunately, the government didn't like that. They changed the rules around apprenticeships, and they weren't allowed to continue to do apprenticeships. So they didn't like it, just that was an unintended consequence. And so they had to stop doing apprenticeships about 5 years ago. I was the managing director of the Chartered Institute of Building previously, and I just left that job. And they said, can you give us a new direction? So that's what this is all about, and that's where we're coming to now. And the direction is quite interesting, because what we do now is we offer a number of things. The problem is, if you want to help people who would like to become chartered surveyors of any form, you have to find them first. And for people to want to become chartered surveyors, very few actually wake up when they're 6 years old and say, Mummy, I want to be a chartered surveyor when I grow up, unless Daddy happens to be one, or Uncle, not Auntie or Mum, but Daddy or Uncle is one. That's what tends to happen. Otherwise, they don't usually want to know about it, and there's not usually there. Even at 16, people don't know what surveying is. In fact, most adults don't know what surveying is either. They think that's about estate agents, and there is an element of that, but it's not always that. Yes.
What does a survey do?
Well, okay, I'll do that now. Surveying it does all sorts of things. This is one of the good things and bad things. So surveying is it's a profession. So it's managed by the Royal Institute of Chartered Surveyors, and to sign off an evaluation for a house or to do the formal documents for a development project, you need to be a chartered surveyor. Not all surveyors are chartered, because it's like an accountant. You need a chartered accountant to sign the accounts off, but lots of people work in producing the accounts. What they do is they manage the built environment, basically. Everything from, if you have a green field and you want to know if that would support a housing development, not to be very popular, but would it do it? There's a geology, there's geological surveying, and environmental surveying goes on there. If you want to redevelop this building or parts of Sheffield, which I've been coming to Sheffield about 30 years and it's always being redeveloped, then surveyors will be involved in costing and planning and designing and managing that development. And then when it's finished and someone wants to sell it or manage it, or redevelop it or make it as an investment fund, then a surveyor is involved in those valuations as well. So there's a whole range. There's 14 different types of surveyor, actually. Yeah.
Can I chip in there?
You can chip in there.
Because I did a geography degree, I became a chartered surveyor, and then I became a teacher.
Yeah.
So my route in was the fact that I was interested in human geography, and to me it was the obvious profession for me to go. I didn't want to be a teacher then. It was the obvious profession for me to go into. I'm interested in urban land use and the urban geography stuff. I finished studying at university, and it's kind of the micro level of that. So
yeah.
it was applying my spatial scientific knowledge from geography into a profession at a fairly micro scale, but with all that big stuff around it. So to me, being a chartered surveyor was the profession that led obviously on from geography, and it did. So that's what
and almost everybody I talk to in the surveying world is either they've fallen into it, never intended to be a surveyor, they've done a geography degree and they've ended up doing something like that, or they've come off the tools. They were you know the way it works in schools, usually boys, boisterous, not quite capable to sit down in a classroom when they're 15, so they get sent to the FE college to do bricklaying or something, and but they're bright and they end up running bricklaying companies and they end up building extensions. Before you know it, they're running construction companies, and to get progression they often go and become surveyors later in their lives. But a lot of people who talk to our surveyors used to be geography graduates and didn't intend to be surveyor, but they end up being there. So what we do is lots of things we do now. It's beginning to grow again. It's a very small organization. It's me 2 days a week, and it's a graduate who's just starting full time. That's it. So we aren't a big organization. What we do though is we run the My Environment, My Future program, which I'm here to tell you about today. We've got a sustainability club thing we're just launching, which I'll tell you about if we get time to do that. And what we're trying to do is to create the top of the funnel. For people to want to become surveyors, people need to know about the built environment. And for people to know about the built environment and the exciting opportunities there, we need to explain what it is and the range of opportunities there are for them. So now I'm not being a surveyor anymore. Now I'm just trying to promote the built environment for My Environment, My Future. And we will, as the CSTT, when people say, I'd like to be a surveyor, but I can't afford the laptop to go and join the degree course, or I've got dyslexia, so I need an assessment, or I can't afford to do the foundation course, which gives me the right level of qualification to join the degree apprenticeship that I want to join. We will step in and give them some money sometimes if we can there. And we do give about 40 or 50 different people support financially every year. And we have access to other funds as well. So we will provide those funds. We're very keen as well to help people overcome difficulty. And as you will all know, I'm sure, the construction and the built environment sector is a bit behind the curve in terms of equality and diversity and inclusion. They say all the right things, they don't do very much of it. And I tell them that all the time.
And it hasn't changed.
And it's no,
20+ years.
not at all, absolutely not. And they just don't know how to do it. And I'm presenting at the Construction Week conference next May, early May, to tell them again, because I told them for the last 6 years, you just don't know what you're doing, get on with it. And but the first stage of, there's two things really vital. When people from different backgrounds join a company, they need to be made to feel welcome. And that's a lot of culture change, a lot of recognizing those people are there. But also you need to bring a new cohort of youngsters in and make them know that when they arrive, they'll be welcomed and they can thrive in those communities. So working with young people is really important as the first stage. We're also just starting to do, in fact, just sent some emails out this morning while I was waiting to join here, apprenticeships. A lot of companies in the built environment are very small. In fact, there aren't any big companies in the built environment. You will see big billboards with Mace and Balfour Beatty. They're tiny companies. They're only about 25,000 people maximum, which if you think that's the biggest company in a sector, you compare it to retail, where I don't know the exact numbers, but last time I looked, Sainsbury's employed 250,000 people. British Aerospace employ about 70,000, 100,000 people. You know, those Fords, and not here anymore, but the big automotive companies employ hundreds of thousands of people. So they are small companies, but most of the companies in the built environment are very small. They're kind of 40, 50 person companies is a sort of the norm. And there's lots, and there's even more people with white vans and smaller companies. And they haven't got the wherewithal to take on apprentices. So we're doing a shared apprenticeship program with them, which is really good. I tried to do this about 20 years ago, but they wouldn't let us do it. Now they're doing it. And the idea is a company takes on the employment of a young person and they rent them out as an apprentice. So that means that that company can take the risk for 6 years in a degree apprenticeship or 2 or 3 years for a level 3 to own that person's job, really look after them, make sure they've got a place to work, they get their holidays, they're being looked after. And then all the gobbledygook around being an apprentice is managed for the company, because the smaller companies don't have the degree level in government gobbledygook to be able to run an apprenticeship program. So they do all that stuff and they contract out an apprentice. And often the apprentice will stay with one employer the whole apprenticeship, but that means the apprentice, the company hasn't got the headache of managing a young person, which they may not have done before. And they haven't got the fear of letting them down 2 years into their course because they've hit hard times and have to lay people off. So we're just starting that program as well. So that's really quite exciting for us. So the built environment now, this is about my environment, my future. So it's the second, or it's one of the biggest sectors in the country. It employs 11% of the workforce, 3.2 million people in 420,000 companies. That's big. That is big. It's bigger than any other sector, I think. I can't remember. I did have those numbers in my head, and it's gone from now. It's also the best paid sector apart from financial services, and financial services is hugely skewed with people getting nothing at one end and massive amounts at the other. So it's the best paid sector as well, and it's desperately short of skills, and that's it's enormous skills shortages. 250,000 people they're forecasting just in the construction bit. So there's massive amounts of skills. The other thing that's really good about this is it's run by people like me, but not like me, who are terrified of technology, don't understand technology, don't think it works, it's just an overhead. And why should we build houses out of modern methods of construction when we can build them the way the Romans built them? Because that's what we do. We build them. The Romans would be perfectly happy on a construction site building homes at the moment. And why do we build housing estates with no solar panels on? Why do we not put electric charging points in every home? That's where we're going. Why don't we do that? Because it costs an extra £50 to do it. We'd rather the person have to do £8,000 to retrofit in 10 years' time. Anyway, so there's all sorts of problems with the industry, but it means there's a wave of change coming. There are huge amounts of technology in terms of using IT, and I'll come on to that a bit later on. But also the means of construction. You can and people, there's a whole story behind this as well. But when you make a house, you can make it out of components that you bring on site, like bricks and concrete and wood and windows and things. Or you can assemble the whole thing and stick it on the back of the lorry and just drop it into place. But there's a halfway house where you can assemble the walls, put the plugs in, and just being flat walls, like flat packet basically, and then assemble it on site. And that's where we're going to be going. And my prediction is in 10 years' time, that'll be more like the norm. At the moment, the industry is resisting that desperately to try not to do it because they haven't got people who can plug those things together, but they have got bricklayers. So they want to keep building things out of bricks. And they've also worked out how to get a very good cheap deal on toilets and sinks, and they don't want to have someone else do that. So it's all down to the business model, but it will change because the people of my age are beginning to die off, beginning to retire, and beginning to give way to the more creative and imaginative and entrepreneurial people who are coming through. And we need more of those people into the industry. We can't run an industry on the naughty boys at the back of the class who got sent to the FE college. As great as they are, they have their own way of doing things. We need more of the best and the brightest to be coming, and surveying is one of the places where they can come in to do that. And it's also, from a young person's perspective, we are beginning to realise now the obvious truth that actually where you live makes a difference to how you feel about yourself, how secure you feel at home, how safe you feel at home, about your well-being, which young people are very interested in. We all should be interested in, but they are particularly passionate about that, as I'm sure you know. I've got 4 kids, and the younger two, they teach. I run a lot of my political correctness by my young children to make sure I get it right, and I don't always do that, and they tell me. It's also 42% of all greenhouse gases come from the built environment. Now, if you're worried about the environment, and many young people are, then one of the best ways to address that, because we can't make an individual contribution that's going to make a massive change, is start to work in the built environment. Make sure that we do put solar panels on every house. Make sure that there isn't the waste that there currently is in the sector. And there's all those things you can do to try and improve the world. Yep.
Have you got a source for that?
What, the 42%?
Yeah.
There's quite a few sources. Yeah,
I'm just wondering if it's from the actual construction, or if it's including like the sourcing of the materials, the making the concrete and all.
It's everything. It's the humans' contribution to greenhouse gases. 42% is from the built environment. So some of it will be from the natural world as well. So farming and stuff like that, but or transport. There are sources. I think it might be the UN actually. I think it's the UN. So, but there's the other thing that young people don't appreciate is the built environment isn't a static thing. It changes all the time. Most of us are old enough to recognise, as I mentioned about Sheffield. Every time I come to Sheffield, there's always something else being built or knocked down. It's calmed down a bit now, but by the station for years it was always a bit of a mess. But it's much better now. Even London. This is London, which you recognise. 2005, which to me isn't very long ago. To young people, it's probably when they were born. It's when my daughter was born. That's how it was then, and this is pretty similar view now. And if you just to compare, there's the Gherkin, just there. And if you look on the next page, the Gherkin is just hidden behind this building here. So there's a massive amount of investment, massive amount of construction, and that's obviously a lot of it's focused in London, but it's changing all the time. We don't even notice it. You know, it just happens, and that all needs to be managed. It needs to be planned. It needs to be maintained and redeveloped and used. Why is that blank? Oh, okay, good. So, so these are the stages. I don't like the look of this slide. The message is good, but the pictures aren't so good. So forgive me this. There's stages in looking after the built environment. There's the preparation and briefing. You don't just suddenly rock up one day and build a skyscraper. There's a lot of work to do to actually make sure you can do that. And someone mentioned geotechnical engineers. There's lots of work in doing that kind of stuff. Did you know when they build a skyscraper, someone comes along, one of our surveyor comes along and measures, you know, these little black and yellow things they put on the, they use oh, that's not an old fashioned, it's a laser tripod now. Because when you build a skyscraper, it sinks. And they know it's going to sink.
Especially the London clay.
Absolutely, yes. And they know it's going to sink, and they plan for it to sink, but they have to measure the rate at which it sinks. Otherwise, they have to do some remedial action. And so someone goes along every month or so while they're doing the construction to measure exactly how much it's sunk so far. And that sort of stuff is absolutely vitally important, because you don't know that exists unless you're in the section. Someone's mentioned town planners already as well. We need to do that. They're beginning to realise that actually the built environment is built for communities and people. So they're beginning to look at corporate social responsibility and community liaison and all that sort of stuff before you start the work. Funnily enough, in London particularly, my son does this. He's a surveyor, but nothing to do with me. He did it without my support before I was even involved in this part of the world. He's working on HS2, and if they want to lay a new station, they've got to buy the land. Trouble is, the land is owned by 25 different people, some of whom do and some don't want to sell it. So he has to package it all up and make sure there's a deal for each of those, and to go through compulsory purchase as well, which makes them very popular. But they have to manage that kind of activity. So there's all sorts of stuff to do there. And 3D visualization, more and more, even at domestic levels and building small office blocks and things, people do 3D visualizations of what they need to do. Because what they used to do before is they have these wonderful CAD drawings that people create, and then they'd use them to design the building, and this actually happened, they'd give them to the construction company who get a big printer, print off the drawings and then measure the dimensions so they could build it. They don't do that so much anymore. They actually get it from the screen now, which is good. And then when they finish the building, they throw that CAD diagram away. They don't think to keep it for the maintainers of the building to know where the wires are, what the load bearings are. But they're beginning to do that now. There's a whole project led by the government called the Digital Twin Project to create and maintain a digital model of the world. Then they have to design the building itself, and there's a whole range of activities going on in here, from the 3D design itself, and the BIM is building information modeling and management, depending which product you're buying, and then obviously architects, and then the construction bit is, and you passed or failed my test, depending how you look at it. Most people think of the built environment, they think of bricklaying, they think of digging holes in fields and laying electrical cables and stuff, which is absolutely vital. That part of construction is totally vital. It's a bit like when I was at school, no one wanted to go and work in IT because it was done by the nerdy kids, the ones who didn't have friends and used to sit with their BBC micros and make them work. Maybe some of them are in this room, I don't know, but it wasn't a cool place to go, so I didn't want to go and do that. 2 years after I graduated, I found myself at IBM, so I ended up being there. These days, that industry is now called the tech sector, and that's cool. That's going to work for Google or Facebook or Microsoft or some gaming company. That's a cool place to be. It's the same work. They still do coding. They still do programming. Okay, it's a bit more visual now, more of it's 3D, but it's exactly the same activity that goes on there now. But we've realized around that core piece of coding, there's marketing, there's human behavioral analysis to try and get people to clickbait and come back and do things. There's design, there's game, there's all sorts of careers around that in the tech sector. And the built environment is very much like that. And construction is the built environment, what programming is to the tech sector. But the built environment isn't, whereas in the media sector, in the tech sector, it's huge multinational conglomerates who have worked really hard, because I did some of this when I was at IBM, who worked really hard to change the image of the sector. There is no one leading that change in the built environment. So everybody thinks of it as construction. Oh, and they do a few bits on the side. I need to change that. I need to help change that. So that's the construction bit. And there are really important jobs, but they're still there for people who aren't going to go to university, who want to do things. One of the good things about the sector is you can join it at any level and you can work your way up. And it's very normal to qualify as you go through, unlike some sectors. And then there's after the thing is built, that's just the beginning, really. The memorial of what your efforts have yielded as a person working in the built environment go on for decades, and you can show your grandchildren that you were part of building that building or that tunnel or that road. The stuff I did when I was at IBM, 18 months after we finished it was obsolete and replaced by the next version. So it's a bit demoralizing, really. But there's all sorts of things that people don't appreciate. There's a special branch of the law about construction and the built environment, obviously interior designers, and there's all the usual things like marketing and HR, purchasing, facilities and things. And there's massive amount of opportunities. They reckon there's something like 178 different careers within the built environment. So it's a huge amount of opportunity there. And it's not what people think. There are the usual things, digging holes, laying bricks, and putting things together. But there's more and more. My nephew, he's quite a bright chap. He didn't go to university. He wanted to go to work. He got a job in London. I come from near Essex, in Essex, and he went to London. And he used to be one of those guys who would organise the chairs for conferences in meeting rooms, and he would make sure there's water available and that some of the stuff was ready for whatever is going on. It wasn't the technical side. It was just a physical moving things around bit. He's quite a good organised sort of chap. One of the naughty boys at the back of the class, probably. And he's now got a degree in facilities management because he was really good at that, and he ended up with a team of people doing it. And now he's responsible for the overall maintenance of the building in which he works. And how does he check the outside? He flies a drone. He's a drone pilot. So he flies a drone around the building to check that the roof's okay, there's no leaks, and then he keeps his eye on things. And his team do all the moving the chairs around and stuff now. So, those sorts of careers happen. And he left school with, he actually left school with just a few GCSEs. He didn't even go on to do A-levels and stuff. So, and he's only 31 now, I think. So he's worked his way up already with a degree and a team responsible job there. So there's those opportunities there. As I said, you can build some of the components of the built environment off-site and install them when you arrive now. Manufacturing is beginning to be part of the built environment as well. It's not as easy. They're trying to model the automotive sector where you have a production line where something rolls along and people bolt things to it. Doesn't quite work that way because they're a bit big and they're a bit different to that. But beginning to get multi-trade people who can do electrics and do pipes and things like that as well. So, but it's beginning to come. And visualization, a lot, as I said, headsets. It's not unusual now to see headsets being used for people to see what whatever they're paying for is going to look like before when they get to it. And robots, another automotive link. So what do you think was well, who knows what the first car designed by computers and built by robots was? Anyone like to have a guess? It was done in the UK. It was done quite a long while ago. No?
It wasn't the Mini, was it?
Not quite as old as that. Not quite as old as the Mini, no.
BMW Mini.
Oh, no, it was. It was before then. It was back in the 80s. It was the Austin Maestro. Yeah, and Austin Rover led the world. They got a car from drawing board to on the road in 18 months. Previously, it'd taken 4 years to do that, and they were the world record holders for how quickly to do that. It did, yes. It wasn't a brilliant car. Yes. My first job was part of the team that helped put the systems in place to do that. So that was in there. That was in the a long while ago. In the equivalent in the built environment. I'd like to guess when that was. You know, the Shard. That's the nearest equivalent where robots and computers are involved to that extent. 35 years later, that's how far they are behind in technology. But robots beginning to be used, you can only really use robots. You can use them on site, and they do actually have robots that can print houses on site now. So there are all sorts of innovations coming along. But they're beginning to be used, and this is digital printing here down as well. Digital printing is one of the key sort of sexy things that digital print, 3D printing is what I mean, is one of the sexy things that are coming along now. And parts of the Crossrail under London, the panels that you see, I don't know if you've been there, but it's really quite impressive. And there's curved concrete panels which were printed. Okay, so they are beginning to use technologies in the sector now as well.
Can I just ask a question about sustainability?
Yeah.
How much joined up thinking is there about sustainability in the industry?
Joined up thinking is a problem. Sustainability, they understand that, they want to do that. Joined up thinking is not something the sector is very good at the moment. It's getting better, but it's just, it's very frustrating. I love the sector. I think if I was to start my career again, I'd go and work in the built environment. There's so much to offer, but it's got so much it's got to do better. And it just doesn't collaborate, doesn't work together. And money drives everything, except for a few examples of some companies. If you go into the companies at the higher end, the property companies, they're beginning to assert their authority and making people do the right thing because it's the right thing rather than just because it makes an extra few £100.
Are there not regulations and laws?
The government unfortunately doesn't like regulations and laws and throws them away, and then buildings fall down. I think I think if you talk to the individuals working there, they're passionate about it and they recognise the importance and they want to do the right thing. Yeah, it can be. I don't know. I think it varies. I think I wouldn't like to say that, but I can see some circumstances where it would be.
I've been to careers fairs when they said, "Oh yes, we're desperate for environmental scientists. We really want that." Then you apply, and then it's.
That's the head and the heart are responding differently. Yeah, exactly. I think that's probably true. Did you?
Yeah, I was going to ask. So I'm trying to think of the students that I'm teaching now. I've always been teaching. How do I try and encourage them to look into this sector if there is so much issues with sustainability and the built just natural environment? Yeah. Because they will be inclined to want to bring about change.
They will, then they'll be welcome to do that in the right places. I'm going too slowly, so I'm going to speed up a bit, and I'll answer that question before the end. So, we've done the research on the people who are using our program. 6% of the people we talked to in a normal geography class, because we focus on geography, had considered the built environment or even knew what it was, and 60% thought of it afterwards. So what we're trying to do does actually help with that. And what we are talking about is My Environment, My Future, which is it's a program aimed at GCSE and A-level geography. In every GCSE curriculum, there is an urban environments module, and whether it's OCR or EdXL, whatever, and they're pretty much the same.
Do you come into schools and give talks?
No, we can't. Well, I'll come on to that. I can't. I can do occasionally, but I'm only one. I can't do the whole. So, so we've taken those modules and we provide lesson and teaching materials to deliver those modules in the classroom for any of you. If you're geography teachers, you could pick it up now and deliver it without any preparation. And we provide all sorts of resources around there, which I'll show you in a minute, to try and help it. It's completely free. Every time we go into somewhere, they think there's a price. There's no cost. It's designed to be free, and it will always be free. It doesn't need you to do any training. Someone like me or anyone from the built environment who can talk can come in and give a talk in support of it, because they know more about the built environment than any of your students will know, because they work in it. They won't know that because they'll think, I know how much I don't know about architecture or surveying. I'm an engineer, but actually they know more than the people they're talking to, and they can give a good story of what they need to achieve. It hits the Gatsby 4, 5, and 6 benchmark targets, and there's a competition element to it too, which allows you to put in practice the things you learn. So we currently have 380 teachers registered. Teachers are very hard to get hold of. I can change the materials on here. If you said there's a mistake, I can have it fixed before we left this room. If you said we want to map this to the Scottish SVQ, what's it called? The Scottish equivalent qualification, I can get that done by the end of next week. Can I get into a school? My God, it's hard work. It's really hard work. And then when you get into a school, how many teachers are going to use it? How many teachers are going to use this with? Trying to get that figures back from people is just a nightmare. So what I really need is advice and help on how to actually get into schools. Not now, perhaps separately, but we've put so much effort into getting to schools, you will not believe. And even when we do, they then sort of don't tell us they're doing so. So we've got a national competition, which is closing at the end of this week. Last year we had 48 entries, which is brilliant. We've had 14 schools say they'd like to participate in the competition this year. Why doesn't everybody, I don't know, but 14 want to do it. And they will all put in 20 or 30 applications. That's fine. Not everybody does the competition, that's fine. Go back to them and say, are you going to enter? Not a sausage, not a dicky bird. No one comes back to us. And it's not just me. I work with lots of people who work with schools, and it's the most difficult market to break into.
What age group is the competition?
Anyone at secondary.
Okay. So I'm just thinking if it's focused on GCSE and A-level with the restrictions and how tight it is to cover the spec, we just haven't got time at GCSE and A-level.
I'm a governor of a school as well. I know how chaos and how ridiculous it is.
Key stage 3 aimed, we might get more.
Let me come on to that. Maybe that's what we need to do. So just to give you an example of what we got, there are lesson plans, and they are proper lesson plans that you can pick up and you would understand, and they explain where it fits in the syllabus, what modules it hits, and the kinds of links it has to the curriculum. It tells you a bit of narrative around what the lesson is going to be. We use a thing called Skills Builder. Have you heard of Skills Builder? They say they're in 75% of schools. That it's basically, the bits of when you want to employ someone, you want to know that they can, they'll turn up on time, and they'll have a bit of experience of working in a team, and they've maybe got some leadership characteristics and all that sort of stuff. Skills Builder does all of that stuff, and it just, children develop those skills naturally is part of being a young person. And in my day, people used to encourage it, and you've got no time now because you've got to do the admin. So Skills Builder is kind of it's kind of a guerrilla movement to try and help people understand that actually they've got professional skills they're building as well. And we map it all to Skills Builder. It's worth looking at that if you haven't. By the way, you can have all these slides. I'm not. And then there's the essential skills you're covering and all those sorts of things as well. So there's lesson plans, and there's 6 of those for GCSE, and there's 4 for A-level as well. Then this is the mapping to the curriculum. So we've mapped all of that we've done is mapped to the AQA, EdExcel, GCSE curriculum, and the
teachers are not like lapping this up.
They're not
Free.
I know.
All prepared.
Yeah, they don't listen to it. They don't know about it because they have to. Yeah, and I
go looking for it.
And I can't get to tell them it's there. And the only way they listen is if someone who they know tells them it's there. Yeah. And that's fair enough. I know I have much pressure on them. So
the magic is the buzzword, isn't it?
What's that, sorry?
Gatsby.
Gatsby. Well, you think so?
Well,
even that's limited.
Yeah.
How many schools are adopting that?
Yeah. Anyway, so we go through because I'm out of time. Otherwise, I've realised. So it's all mapped to the, and this has been done by some tame teachers I have who helped me do this. So it's not been done by me. I wouldn't know where to start, but they do this for us. That's the syllabus mapping. And then in terms of the actual delivering, there's presentations for each of the modules and each of the lessons. So you've got 13 charts in a presentation, that sort of style of stuff there. And you go through things, and it tells you about where cities are and what they're doing and what's the movement of people from urban to rural to urban environments. All that sort of stuff. And you'll notice there at the bottom, there are links. So there's video links there. You click on those and it takes you to some resources that are freely available, but you wouldn't know they're there because you're not in the built environment sector. So they're all put in here, and we're always wanting more stuff to put in there. And this one I'll hover on because this is where I don't understand. This is I think this is great for schools. this is a page from we talk about cities and how the growth of cities and decline of the rural environments are. And then we talk about how cities are, and the size of them and all that sort of growth. By the way, there's some careers links here. There's a thing called a town planner. It takes you to a link of what a town planner does and what the jobs they are and the kind of salaries they.
This is saving me hours
I
of
know,
work.
I know.
Hours.
Building control surveyors. So this is the people who make sure the buildings are built to the right quality. And then the building surveyor, they're the ones who tend to manage the project of actually delivering the building. So that's all in there, and we want to put more in there. And if you said there's something really good you can put in there, by tomorrow lunchtime, I can have it in there. But you need to get those resources in. And the thing is, because we are partnered with the Royal Institute of Chartered Surveyors, I'm speaking to an organisation called the CITB, which got £250 million of training budget for the built environment after this meeting. There's so much resource out there that you just don't know about. And we're trying to bring it all together. And then there's the competition. So what it is you do all this stuff about the urban environment. Then we say, pick an area near you. It could be, we've had a derelict hotel, we've had a seafront in Bognor, a skate park, and a community centre. How would you now, in your little teams, redevelop it? Then you have to go into all the geography aspects. What does the community need? What's the demographics of the area? How's it changing? What are we going to build it from? What's already there? What's the environmental impact? How do we make it sustainable? What's the business case? How are we going to manage it after we built it? And what's the use for it afterwards? All those sorts of things are built into this. And they tend to focus on one bit because it's a huge thing to cover. They produce a presentation, or they do a poster, or they do a video, and then we mark them. And some of them we get, especially from the A-level kids, are absolutely amazing. It seems that when you're 11, you're quite keen and enthusiastic and you do lots of things. When you're 18, you're thinking, I've got to get my CV looking good. I've got to do my Duke of Edinburgh. I've got to do something to make me stand out a bit. When you're in the GCSE years, you're too cool for school. So we don't get so much effort from the GCSE guys, but we do get entries from them. And that's going on now, and this one finishes early next month.
Can I just suggest that?
Yeah.
Joe, it'd be great for the summer term for year 9, that one.
Yeah.
If you could extend the deadline to say,
okay.
Because in the summer term, if they've chosen options, hopefully they're choosing geography, but if not, it's keeping them interested.
The summer term, you mean from Easter through to?
Yeah.
Okay.
That would be ideal.
That's
exactly
the date now
Okay.
is just like.
Can we talk afterwards? Because we did last year. Someone said that to me, and they said it'd be great to have this as a summer. Most people set this as an Easter holiday homework.
But you're also dealing with your exam class.
Not in their GCSE year, but in the year 10 or year.
The staff.
Oh, the staff are, yeah. But so we set up a competition over the summer. We even gave them a certificate for participating from University College of Estate Management as part of the raising the profile of it. And we got no one in town.
Was that for the end of the summer?
It was the whole. We launched it in June, I think, for delivery for a target of end of September, I think. Anyway, but I'd be happy to try and do that, and it doesn't. It's not a big cost for me to do that, so I'd be happy to try that. And even if half a dozen schools do it, it's great. That'd be good. National competition, and then there's resources. I won't have time to show this now, I think, but there's loads of and I think these are cool and they're quite exciting. I think time-lapse videos of places being built. Maybe I'll run this when we finish, but it's just amazing what you can see on there. There's just the resources that are available to explain the built environment and to make them excited about it are just absolutely phenomenal. So there's that. So that's basically what we're about. I think I've covered this at nauseam now, really. So all we want to do is to make young people aware that the built environment is out there and there are some career options they may want to consider for it. We want to provide the schools with and you guys with anything that we can do to help enrich the delivery of your courses. And and we really are open to ideas. So if you tell us something, we will do it. It's not we know the schools and the education system. We just know where the resources are. And we're open to ideas and things. We have a steering group of 2 or 3 teachers who tell us what to do every now and then. But if you want more of this, then that's fine. This website has got pretty much everything you need to see on there. And if there's something missing, tell me and we'll fill the gaps. So memf.careers. And the other thing I'm trying to do is, so I'm trying to get the schools to use it, and that will raise an interest in careers in the built environment. We've already had the guy who did the winning team of our first pilot competition has just started a degree apprenticeship with Mace, one of the bigger construction companies. So I was really pleased about that because he had no idea of doing that beforehand. And 2 of the girls in that class have also gone, and one's gone to be an architect and one's doing an apprenticeship in the built environment summer as well. So it does work. And that's what we're about. So we're trying to get the employers to understand that they can use this because they all have to go to schools. So what they do is when you build a housing estate, then there's an element of the budget has to go into investing in the community. And so they have to engage with schools. Sometimes they build new exits to roundabouts or new schools even. And what they unfortunately do is they tend to outsource that to a community outreach company and don't change the way they behave. So it's just kind of a commercial tick in the box, really. What we're trying to get them to do is to take their staff, who are often parents of those kids and governors themselves, take this program out to schools and get them to use it. Then we've got a route in to explain to the teachers and to give them opportunities to see what's going on in the environment. So that's what we're trying to do, and they're as hard to engage with as the schools are. And that's just the summary page, really, of it. How much time have I got? No time. I will overrun then. So, geography teachers are the enthusiasts often in the school, and they often get lumbered in my what I've seen with the carbon zero or climate or net zero, whatever it happens to be, program. And so they asked us if we would be able to help with that because it's all linked. We can link it to the built environment. So we've got this new program which we've just piloted, and we're just coming to the end of a 6-month sort of feasibility thing. What it does, it's targeted. You can use it. By the way, My Environment, My Future. You can use this to teach cookery. You can do anything you like with it. I don't care. There's no rules. You can just take the materials and do something completely different with it. Use it with a primary school to get them interested in going to secondary school. Don't mind. And the same for this. I still have 10 minutes. Yes. Oh, good. Excellent. Thank you. So this is Get Zero. What we're trying to do here is this really chimed with me. I've got 4 kids, 2 young daughters, 18 and 15. 17 and 15, they're just getting birthdays, and A levels and GCSEs going on in my house at the moment, so I'm very pleased to be here. And they are frustrated that we have made the world into a mess and we've wrecked the environment and we're continuing to do it and we're not doing anything about it. And you can't blame them for thinking that. COP26, 27 come along, all these good words, nothing happens. And what can they do? Because all they do is, they've got any money and lots of stuff. I still try and tell them that pretty little things delivering every day to the home isn't very good for the environment and stuff like that. But they do think they're a bit skeptical about it. So what we're trying to do with Get Zero is give young people agency to play their part today and also in their communities and as when they become adults in improving the built environment. And do it for the built environment for in this case for sustainability. This is the Skills Builder partnership, which I'd encourage you to look at. I think it's really quite good. And we map all of this to Skills Builder so that people can see there are other elements of what you're teaching here. This is aimed at being an after-school club. And we're beginning to think actually 6th formers can deliver this because it's pretty well scripted and it would give them their Duke of Edinburgh possibly, or it would give them something for their EPQ. Yeah. Anyway, it's a good thing to do. So, it's not a bad thing for them to do. And I showed this to one of our schools and 4 of the 6th formers volunteered to do it. So I think this might be quite good. And it basically, we take a behavioural science approach. So it's been developed with teachers and using proper behavioural science techniques, which I don't really understand, but they seem to work. So you may be more in this. And it's basically, this is the first bit. We've got a whole, looking at sustainability, it's a huge domain. And no one's defined it. It's a 1-sentence definition in the 80s, which is the definition of sustainability. And then every other definition I've come across says, well, we sell solar panels, so this is what sustainability is. Or we want to invest in green projects, so this is what sustainability is. So I did a chemistry degree, so I've got a periodic table of sustainability I'm building now. And I'll have to share that with you. It's not a finished piece of work of art, but it's a work in progress. And so it looks at energy, waste, food, all aspects of sustainability, and we're trying to do that. We picked on energy first, and we developed 8 workshops looking at the impact of energy and how the youngsters can engage with that. So we've introduced sustainability to them and talk about how it impacts the climate, measuring impact, then starting to talk about how if we all used 10 kilowatts per day, we could be a sustainable planet. Unfortunately, in North America and Canada, I think they use nearly 40 kilowatts a day, and in lots of the world, they use no electricity every day. So it's very unequal, and we need to think about that. Anyway, so there's aspects there, but the idea is you have an activity, you have what they can do personally. So what they can do in terms of turning the lights off and being a dad, that's kind of one of the things I'm always nagging them to do. Don't do as much washing. Wear things more than once. If they're not dirty, don't throw them in the washing basket. And some of your mums here as well, you'll know what I'm talking about. Those sorts of things. But they can also nag us. So when you buy the new fridge, because the other one's broken, don't buy one that's a poorly rated, low efficient device. Get one that's better and cheaper to run. That's better for us, it's better for the community. It might cost a bit extra, but lifetime value, it's probably better, all that sort of stuff. We give them that information. And then we encourage them to do that. So it's individually with their families, and then we provide information about how the school can do it. Lots of schools don't know where their power meters are. Did you know that? They've no idea. Head teachers don't, they just pay the bills. They just don't know how much energy they're using, and they don't look at that aspect of it. It's just a bill, and it's been okay to do it that way because it's been relatively stable for the last 50 years or something. Suddenly it's gone up, and now we need to think about it, and with the environmental impact. There was a school in Essex who we worked with, and they saved 10% of their electricity bill by asking the dinner ladies, this is primary school, to turn the ovens on at 10 o'clock in the morning in time for the 12 o'clock lunch rather than 8 o'clock in the morning when they arrived in. Save 10% of electricity bill just because of that. So it's there's amazing things that the schools don't do, they can do. So we tell the kids that what you can do, which actually a lot of schools are looking at their green credentials. So it's been welcomed by some schools. There's timeline there. So that each workshop is planned out with interactive questions, learning, reflection, going to find some resources, and they can do things outside. And we have an app as well. So in partnership with this, we're developing a smartphone app. So they can build on the app a model of their home. So and I'll show you, if we get time, I'll show you a video of how it works, of how they can understand the impact and the carbon footprint of their own home. And so they can use the app to drive that kind of activity. And it's all, this is just bits of a workshop really. So Bill Gates will do something there. There's a literacy quiz. Here we are. It's one of the questions I took out of the quiz. What does net zero mean? Which of those definitions? Quickly, someone give me the answer to that, please. Now, who's going to give me the answer to that one? Okay, what's the second question? Someone see? C. Okay, C. That sounds good. And what does CO2e mean? Does everybody know what that means? Yes. Okay, good. Well done. Top marks. That's good. Okay, so there's lots of just questions in there to sort of get them going and stuff. And then there's some action for them to take afterwards as well. So it's all mapped out properly like a workshop for a lesson. And then we have, in support of that, I've never done this demo before, so this only came yesterday. So I don't know how this is going to look. Oh, not at all like I expected. Okay, let's take the time. So we built a smartphone app, and
Get Zero is a web-based app.
One of my colleagues has done a voiceover, and I'll get rid of that. But so basically, it's a little smartphone app. The idea is they can do things in the club, and then they can take it home to do them. This is just a prototype to see if it works. You log in, and you can start to build a model of your home. So when he stops waving his arms around in a few seconds, we'll go into the app itself. And then you see there's a 3D model of a home there. This color-coded bathrooms, bedrooms, kitchens, and so on. We've only done the kitchen and the exterior so far. You go into the kitchen, and there's all the devices in this typical kitchen. That's the fridge, freezer. And we can tell you the energy rating of that, any device you have, because there's databases. Did you know that? There's a database in the cloud which tells you the energy rating of any device. So you tell us the model number, we can tell you its energy rating. And then we can give you how much it costs to run every year. You can then do some tips on how to reduce the cost of running it and how to reduce the carbon footprint from it. And you can take on challenges to say, okay, we're going to, instead of using the dishwasher every day, I'm going to make my family use it every other day or something. And then you do the challenges. Only use the dishwasher with full loads. We've done that, and then you score points. And then as you more points you score, you get access to different things. And I think the prize for this is there's a ground source heat pump, or an air source heat pump that they get. Yeah. And so there's a heat pump on the outside of that virtual house has been one now. And they've improved the energy rating of their home by doing that. So it's a bit like Sims, if you've seen Sims, but it's much more education. And that's what we'd like to get to. Trouble is, to continue the development of this is quite expensive, and we're trying to find a way of funding the development of it. So the workshops are going to go. We're going to keep doing those. If I can get the app funded, then we'll continue to do the apps as well. Yep.
I know you know, your focus is young people, and it
Yeah.
says designed to help Gen Z and their families.
Yeah.
Is there any like specifically Gen Z when arguably there's older generations who could do information?
Oh, well, we did it through schools. That's why it's Gen Z, really.
Is that what?
Yeah, it's only because, yeah. I mean, with any of this stuff, we're not at all precious. If you can use this for a university, the third age type program, absolutely go for it. Yeah. So that's
Thinking about the eco schools. Our schools just looking at the eco school approach. I'm just wondering if this would, is this a complement to that, or would that be an alternative?
eco schools. Which one's that?
That's, I don't know.
Just
That's the
might
one.
just tied in that.
Yeah.
Sorry?
There's an international awarding thing that has like a, it's now just green flag, isn't it?
Yeah.
Green layers, isn't it? Isn't it? Excellent. Internationally recognised thing where schools work towards like different energy or biodiversity and stuff on site, so that would work really well for energy conservation, and it's free resources to do for those sessions. Isn't it?
I think I know the one you mean. You can use it anywhere. What I'd like, the schools that we've been working with, I was really disappointed. I'm a governor of a school. I went to see the geography teacher there, who's been one of my helpers in trying to get this all sorted out. And he's the lead for the school. And they're planting tomato plants. And they're doing really good things that I used to do when I was a kid. They aren't doing, let's work out what the electricity bill is. They aren't doing, could we do a fundraising for solar panels? Why do we have the heating on till 6 o'clock in the evening in a whole school when surely we can maybe make it better for teachers to do their marking or work in the staff room, you know, and then we can turn the heating off and all that sort of stuff. They aren't doing that. And this is aimed at doing that. And I've got the e-school, if the e-school one is the one I think it is, it's really good, but it's all about nature and growing stuff. Pardon? It does include that. Okay. Okay. So yeah, that's what's it called? E-schools. Eco schools. I shall have a look at that. Anyway, this is just a video that I think it's only about 3 minutes long, and it shows you. This would be really quite interesting to them. It shows the sorts of things that go on, and it starts off. I think you saw a sandy field which is completely flat, and you'll see what it's like at the end. And whether you like it or not is something, but it's a testament to the work they've put in and what they've done. So it's really quite good. And there's thousands of these, all sorts of things. And there's some, and I always I did some work for the one of the most boring sectors you can imagine is the extractives. So they dig holes and they get sand out, and that's what they do. They make concrete. They do the most amazing engineering things. They put the whole spans of bridges in place to the precision of millimeters. You know, they make them off site. They bring them on special trucks, and they can install these things overnight. And they're done absolutely enormous precision. And you don't realise these things go on. So there's lots of things, and I think it's a bit like, I don't know, I've got my son's my oldest child, and every summer go down to the beach. He used to spend hours redirecting the water so that it wouldn't go, you know, and putting little dams in place. That's what they do in the extractives industry, and they get paid lots of money to do that. They get very well paid, and he'd love. I better stop him in case there's something else. But, anyway, so that's me. Sorry it's gone on a bit, and I hope that's of interest. I would really appreciate any feedback from anyone on anything. There's a flyer here with a bit of information that will remind you about me.
Are you based in Essex?
No, I live near Oxford now. Why? You
I'm in Essex.
Okay. Well, I'm going there tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
So
we have. I don't know if other people have. We have our careers person who is really egging us all on now. Mentioned the dreaded O word. And,
O word. Oh, Ofsted. Okay.
And
Yeah.
careers. And, yeah, it should be a really big thing.
Yeah. If I'm pitching it wrong, approaching the wrong people, or not, I was really pleased to get here because you're the geography teachers, and that's so I really appreciate any feedback you can say. Because it feels like we've got a really good proposition that should work really well and be welcomed by teachers. And when we get to speak to someone, it usually is. But it's very, very hard to get to speak to them. And the way I'm trying to do it is through people within the industry going into their schools and through networks like this. But we can't get into the Geography Teachers Network because we're not geography teachers. So I need champions inside the Geography Teachers Network as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. That was really useful.
Hi, I'm Simon from the Royal Geographical Society.
Hello.
Hello. So I'm not a teacher, but we work very closely on careers.
Yep.
We currently have 9 people watching online. So if there's anything here, yeah.
Hello. Hello, hello, come on ahead. Hello. I never could have put the faces on these. Never. Okay, folks, I think we'll make a start. Good morning, still, is it? We'll check the time already. Good morning, everybody. My name's Alistair Hamill. Just to let you know a little bit about me, I'm Head of Geography in Northern College in County Armagh in Northern Ireland. I'm also on the senior leadership team for teaching and learning in the school, but I'm very, very glad I've got this for my career, and the real focus of what I do every day is still the geography classroom. And I'm delighted to say 30 years later, I've done as much as I've ever done. It's absolute class. It's also absolutely brilliant to be here in person. Last year I was hoping to be here in person, but unfortunately I took ill and had to live stream. So to be physically in the room with actual people makes me very excited today. And also in that regard, hello to those of you who are joining us via the live stream. I do apologize that I will be presenting mostly with my back to you, but hopefully you'll be able to see it as much as you can anyway. So let's get jumping into this. This is all about collaboration. So the very, very first slide has got to be the list of people to whom I am incredibly indebted, plus all of their Twitter handles here, people that I've reached out to over the last few years who have been more than generous in terms of what they've been sharing. And you're going to hear the story of a few of these people and some of the things that they've done on the way through. Okay, we're going to start off with the first dabble, I suppose, that I had into a little bit of collaboration with Tectonics. This was in the first year of the pandemic, whenever we were very, very busy getting ready to try and transition into this teaching online. And we all had so much time on our hands, didn't we? And I thought it was about time that maybe I had a look at the volcano case study I did with my A-level students, because the case study that I had been using was the one that was actually on the specification that I teach, Pinatubo, 1991. Now, if you're my age, 1991 was about, what, 6 or 7 years ago? Reality is, of course, 1991 is a long, long, long time ago. And Pinatubo is a great case study. I mean, this is an image of it. If you're wanting to look at pyroclastic density currents, this is one of the most incredible photographs that you can do, putting your pupils in there and imagining what it's like trying to outrun the thing that's going faster than you can drive. 1991 was also 1 year before this TV program started. Sorry, but that's what the years do now. I mean, it could be me. It could be me. I think it was a little bit of a time for an update. Now, having said that, I mean, the historical context matters. Those of you who know anything about volcanicity and some of the volcanoes might remember events. I remember this from school, the tragedy of Nevado del Ruiz and Armero in Colombia in 1985, whenever a volcano erupted there that put out a lahar that was forecasted, but the people weren't evacuated, and the tragedy was over 20,000 people lost their lives. This was an incredible wake-up call to the volcanologist community. They had predicted and forecasted it incredibly accurately, and the authorities hadn't responded. So they decided that they were going to go around and try and educate people a lot more about what these hazards are actually like. And an old VHS cassette, if any of you can remember those. So the next major eruption after that was Pinatubo. And it's a really good historical context to say, did they get it right? Did they make the progress that they were looking to make? And you can look at the differences in those VEI eruptions and the differences in the deaths. I mean, that historical context, that story is important. But it is important that as we move forward, we need to reflect the scientific advances because the story has moved forward since then. So this caught my eye in June 2018. It was a little reported at the time. I, to be honest, hadn't heard of it before, Volcan de Fuego in Guatemala. And it was another one of those tragedies where we don't really know the total number of people, at least 215 people killed by a pyroclastic density current. And I just really wanted to get to grips with this a little bit more to reflect the current scientific advances. One of which is that the hazards map that was produced for this, unlike for Nevada del Ruiz, was online, GIS. So this is the hazards map for secondary lahars, depending on how much rainfall came out. And they communicated that through GIS so people could access it in their smartphones, and zoom into their particular location and make the judgment for themselves if the rains were coming in, how much danger they were in. And I think our students need to know this. The other big bit is the improvement in the use of remote sensing. Whenever you get inaccessible locations like this, very often the only way you can get fast, timely information is through the use of remote sensing. Those of us that, well, all of us in this room watched the eruption in Tonga, where we saw that incredible satellite image, which cut off all the internet connection to the islands. The only way we could access this was through remote sensing. And our students need to know that. The other thing that was part of this was to evaluate. So whenever I'm talking about pupils, cheesy dad pun time, we have to weigh up the frozen prawns. Excuse me, Mr. Hammond, did you say frozen prawns? What did I say frozen prawns for? No, pros and cons. Weighing up the frozen prawns. Now, that's the standard approach to evaluation. Something good, something negative, overall conclusion. That's the approach you can take. But from our level mark scheme says this: candidates may use a variety of structures to address this question. For example, evaluations may run through, or they may be summative. So I really wanted to lean into that. I wanted my students to be engaging with this. We had to evaluate the preparations and response. I wanted them to go beyond something positive, something negative, therefore. Be more interesting than that. So I also wanted them, though, to be fair, because if we're going to criticize and evaluate a country that none of us have been to, people living in circumstances that we've never actually experienced, how do we be fair? So I came up with a whole series of evaluative statements. I'll show you the process in a moment. But one of them in particular I want to draw your attention to is this. The impacts of the eruption revealed that the risks to locals was more a function of societal vulnerability than simply the hazards themselves. So I'm asking my A-level students to start off their paragraph with that, put the evaluation right in, get the evaluation to be powerful, get it to be interesting, and get it to really allow you to unpack and support that. Now, if you're going to take a strong position, you're going to need strong evidence. The stronger the position, the stronger the evidence, particularly when we're doing this. So you'll get to explore this GIS map afterwards and we'll share this. So what's the story here? And all of a sudden, we are unleashed into really interesting and powerful evaluations here. But I do have to be fair. So how am I going to be fair if I'm going to adopt these strong positions? Well, here's where the collaboration came in. Go to the primary sources. So we were all sitting around during lockdown, not really having an opportunity to go out much. So I reached out to some volcanologists who actually were working out in Guatemala, people who had been on the ground or indeed were on the ground, people that I could get sources from. And I asked them, would you help me? Would you collaborate with me? This is what I want you to do. And do you know what they said? Yeah, yeah, delighted to. More than that, I said, look, if I write this, will you critique it for me? And they said, yeah. Which sounded like a good idea at the time until I got all these reviews coming in. I like to kind of claim that in a sense, this case that I've written has been peer reviewed. It certainly has been critiqued. And that's what was absolutely brilliant with it. Look at all those comments that Emma was giving me. What it allowed me to do was to be, yes, to be confident that what I was saying had been fact-checked by somebody who worked on the ground. And all it took was for me to reach out and ask them, hey, yeah, come on ahead. And things like this. So the local officials are working there, Conrad, who are the disaster response organization in Guatemala. The phrase I put here, Conrad had a little time to travel to the villages, and Matthew was able to come in and give me this little bit of nuance, this little bit of, right, because he works with these people, this is really powerful. And then the other part of this, I mean, we are critiquing this. I mean, when we're looking at this, the authorities, if 215 people at least died, and if social vulnerability was a massive amplifying factor for that, we do need to reflect on what can be done differently. But that's very easy for me sitting in Northern Ireland, talking about something on the other side of the world. For us then to be able to say this, again, through the information I got from these folks, not just to be able to say that Conrad was slow to arrive as a general statement, but actually to pay tribute to these individuals, including what Isa was able to tell me, to name the man who lost his life. And for me to share this with my classes, in the midst of all the tragedy, sometimes the human contact is that one point, it's that one person. And for us to pay tribute, to say the name of Juan Fernando Blando Retarte, and to recognize in the midst of everything else, everything that he has done. And that's the power of the collaboration. I just, of that, got a real taste for it, which brought me more broadly into the other aspects of plate tectonics, including the aspect here of how we reflect the scientific advances. Because just like 1991, Pinatubo is perhaps a little bit of an out-of-date volcano for us to be looking at now. Similarly, there's aspects perhaps of what we teach in terms of plate tectonics in schools that need to be updated a little bit more. I'm going to let you read this quotation. You're going to see this a lot during the presentation. Because this unpacks for us the essence of what science is. Science is always about establishing a provisional idea, which is then tested, tweaked, and improved. And that's the journey really that we're going to go on as we go through this. So where does it start, Pete? I tried to find the first time that we interacted on Twitter. I'm not sure that this is it, but it was near the start. Whenever I looked on from afar, the other side of the Irish Sea at the summer workshop that you're doing, thinking, I wish I could be there. And thankfully, just like the others that I reached out to, when I reached out to Pete on Twitter, he was able to support me. And we got to meet just a couple of days ago. I got the privilege of a one-on-one geology field trip with Pete. But he was really, and others are instrumental in helping me really try to understand how we need to move forward from this. This is probably the model that most of us teach, or certainly the model that we'll see. This is a model that is not the consensus of what's commonly accepted today. We need to learn how to move on. And the model needs to look something more like this, a little bit more scary. But don't panic. If I do my job properly, by the time we get to the end, you'll look at that and go, yeah, I think it makes sense of that.
But folks at home are asking if you can.
Yes, yes. So maybe if I stand a little bit further forward, is that better? Okay, good. Right. Okay, no problem. So we need to do a little bit of slaying of some zombies. It's time to say goodbye to neat convection cells. They're part of the story, as we'll see, but there's not where the story have ended, because, right, you're going to see this a lot during the presentation. Okay, so to give you the overview of where we're going to go with this, I'm going to take you quickly through the historical developments of the theory. You'll be familiar with some of the names that I'm going to be mentioning here, but I'm going to bring it all the way up to date in terms of what we're looking at with regard to plate tectonics today. Again, you'll see this a lot on the way through. So, continental evidence, name beginning with W. Who is it? Of course it is. Oh, thank you for that. If you find online his original paper at 95, 100 pages, whatever it is, it's a fabulous read because of the meticulous detail that he goes through, the way that he gathers together all of the evidence and basically takes us on a journey, for instance, all the way up the coastlines of between the Americas and Africa and Europe. It's very, very compelling. So not a bit of wonder whenever you get to the end. He was clearly a man who was not racked with self-doubt. He says this, it's not now a question of whether the continental blocks have moved. Doubt is no longer possible. It's rather a question of whether or not they have moved in accordance with the particular assumptions of drift theory. Now, even in his confidence, can you see the scientific process happening there? I've got these observations. Here's my hypothesis as to how it might happen. The question is my hypothesis of how it might happen correct? And of course, we know the answer was, well, it was the start, but it wasn't the end. So how did they move? Wegener came up with ideas to do with gravitational pull and things like that. But it was Arthur Holmes who came up with the first notion of convection currents. So we want to try to get to the origins of it. It's Arthur Holmes. He already knew that because of radioactive decay in the mantle, there was a source of heat. We also knew that the mantle, whatever it consisted of, seemed to be able to flow because we were able to see isostatic rebound that followed the last ice age. So put those two together, a source of heat, a mantle that is ductile, and what can you get? Convection currents. But what Holmes suggested was that these convection currents, because he was explaining continental drift, he saw them as huge, big swathes rising up underneath the continents, which then would split the continents apart. No, he had no direct evidence for this. It was hypothesizing based on the evidence that they had, and this was the first iteration. Of course, that itself was not enough to convince other people, so we move into the seafloor evidence, and some of the names that you maybe mentioned to your pupils if you're teaching seafloor evidence. Who do you mention? Hess, of course. Vine, very good. Does anybody mention a female? Good. Yes, because what we need to do is to remember Marie Tharp, who was about the only female that I've found, at least as part of this story, who was the most incredible cartographer. Because she was a woman, she was not allowed to go on the expeditions to gather the data. So she was left at home while all the men were out doing the work. Meanwhile, she was sitting here producing these most incredible cartographic representations. And it was Marie Tharp who first produced the representations to show us a crucial element of what was happening on the seafloor. That the center of this ridge that we were finding in the ocean seemed to have a rift valley. And because of that rift valley, that implied that there must be a tension force that is perhaps causing the seafloor to move. And it was Marie Tharp who saw that. Of course, she went to her supervisor, pitched it to him. I don't know if this is urban myth or not, but it's widely reported that he dismissed it as girl talk. Then was persuaded whenever she found some corroborating evidence. Then he published her findings in his name. That's an important part of the story, I think. But yes, this is a lovely little exercise I do with my pupils. If you're interested, you can use this. Can you beat Marie Tharp? Right? She had just a few transects across. She was able to infer about the seafloor bathymetry. So I give them this and give them a map and see how quickly they can spot the patterns there that Marie Tharp did. And of course, they don't do it anywhere near as well as she did. Just to really emphasize again what she was able to see and the others that were working on this to show what was underneath and to see for the first time the seafloor. And then it was indeed Harry Hess who came up with the idea that it might be convection currents at work here. This is a very, very important paper that he published in 1962. And he says this: the birth of oceans is a matter of conjecture. Subsequent history is obscure. The present structure is just beginning to be understood. Fascinating speculation on these subjects has been plentiful. but not much of it predating last decade holds water. He says, I consider this an essay in geopoetry. He's trying to say to a skeptical audience, just suspend belief or disbelief for a moment. Just go with this and let's see where this takes us, and let's see if there's explanatory power. And he talked about Holmes as convection currents into the mantle. He said that this is a radical hypothesis, not widely accepted. But if it were accepted, a rather reasonable story could be constructed to describe the evolution of the ocean basins and the water within them. Whole realms of previously unrelated facts fall into a regular pattern, which suggests that a close approach to satisfactory theory is being produced. And this is an adaptation of the model that he produced at the time. You can see how he's building on Holmes. And what he is suggesting here is that the convection currents are rising up underneath the seafloor, producing the ridge, and then coming around and sinking back down to these beautiful, neat convection cells that look incredibly like a lot of the diagrams that we'll see in our textbooks and online. This is part of the story in 1962. We have just moved on a little bit more than that. But he talks about the regular system of convection cells. He talks about rising limbs, descending limbs, and he talked about the continents are riding passively on the mantle material, which again is very like what a lot of the textbooks will say. It's the convection currents in the mantle that are moving the plates that are just sitting passively on top. This is part of the story in 1962. So where did he go from there? And notice what he says here. This chapter, he says, it's hardly likely that all of the numerous assumptions he made are correct. Isn't that very like what Wegener said? You know, it's the only thing that's the question is the mechanism right? Again, this is science doing what science does. It progresses. Nevertheless, he says, it appears to be a useful framework for testing various and sundry groups of hypotheses related to the oceans. It's hoped that the framework, with necessary patching and repair, may eventually form the basis of a new and sounder structure. So here's the evolution. It was Holmes in 1931, and his convection currents were coming up underneath the continents because he was trying to explain continental drift. Then along came Hess with the new seafloor evidence that become available, recognizing that the convection is occurring underneath the seafloor with those lovely little neat convection cells. But just as Holmes suggested, the theory has evolved since then. There was some corroborating evidence, of course, Vine and Matthews with the paleomagnetism. We also had the age of the seafloor. So by the time we came towards the end of the 60s, the final piece of the jigsaw puzzle, and literally a jigsaw puzzle had to go into place. We had our ridges, we had our trenches. We didn't quite have our full plates because how do we connect them together? And it was Tuzo Wilson who came up with the concept of the transform fault. And with his transform fault, he was able to join up all of these plates and all of the margins together. And finally, we had this concept of the surface of the Earth, the lithosphere, being broken into plates that were separated by three broad boundary categories. And at that stage, the theory was the movement was occurring because of convection below the sea. There's an image from 1968 to show where the theory had kind of progressed to. And that is the end. You can all go early for coffee. Or is it? No, don't worry. There's a little bit more. Oh, there's that quotation again. 1967, hold on a minute, that sounds remarkably close to the dates we've just been looking at. By 1967, Dan Mackenzie produced a paper. Fortunately, most of these papers are online. If you want to go and get them and read them, which I have, they're fabulous read. This one I understood about 5% of, I'll not lie, because it's mostly maths. And it's all about tectonics on a sphere. So what happens if you take those ideas and try to do really complex three-dimensional geometry and maths and all sorts of things? Well, I couldn't understand his maths, but I could understand some of the conclusions that he was saying here. The problem is the nature of the mechanism driving spreading. He said, it's difficult to believe that the convection cells which drive the motion are closely related to the boundaries of the plates. And as a result of that, we're beginning to already see what Hess suggested should happen. His idea was being tweaked. Why? Because it's science, and that's exactly what you would expect science to be able to do. So that's a really important part of the story. Without that part of the story, we may not have got further. But that's part of the story that dates back to the early 1960s. It's time to move on beyond that. We're now into 1971. Walter L. Sasser. Now, there is a word in that title that I think is crucially important. Do you know, you get your students to read the questions carefully in the exam. You know the way you've only got to tell them to read the questions carefully once, and they always listen to you. Right, the word that's really, really important there, I think, is... Like, can you figure out why? I wonder, can you speculate as to the difference between that? Seafloor spreading as thermal convection. I'll explain it to you in a moment, but basically the gist of that is that the convection that's occurring, that's driving the plates, unlike what Hess thought, is not convection occurring in the mantle, which the plates are passively riding on, but the plates are part of the convection process. Seafloor spreading is part of a process of convection. That's an insignificant mental shift. I think if we make that mental shift, it's really going to help us. So I want to explore that for a couple of minutes. If I say to you convection, and if you do a Google image search for convection, you'll see something like this. It's very, very common. And indeed, if we're looking for analogies to explain convection for tectonics, very often this is what we'll reach for. Convection is when you heat something from below, it becomes less dense and rises. True. But if you want to define it in a slightly more scientific way, we can say this. Convection is a buoyancy-driven flow resulting from density differences. So what is causing the rising is the fact that it is less dense, and therefore it rises up in the presence of gravitational fields. So here is an example of a less dense parcel of air that's been heated, and because it's less dense, it rises. That is convection. But a colder, denser parcel of air will sink. That's also convection. Both of those are convection. Convection is to do with the rising and falling that is related to the density. Heat, of course, can be one of the things that causes the density change, but just to show you another example, how submarines move up and down. They change their density by how much water they have inside. And that's that density difference that causes them to rise and fall. So what about this? This is Erta Ali in the East African Rift Valley. And what we have here, if you take a look up at this corner, just watch this bit. I'll move out of the way for the live stream, folks. I'll move out of the way for everybody. Can you see that that is sinking down just as it reaches the edge? So it's formed a skin at the top, and because it is denser than the rest of the material, because it's slightly colder, it will sink. Again, if you look over here, you can see this is clearly somewhere where there's a little bit of rising material and splitting apart the tension there. And you can see both of those boxes, the convection in operation. Convection is the rising of hotter material, but it is also the sinking of colder, more dense material. So Elsasser goes on to say this. Some authors have presumed that convective motions in the upper mantle are caused primarily by heating from below, but there's no direct evidence for this. The cold lithosphere goes down at a slant in a region that's usually below continent. What this amounts to is a sort of upside-down convection in which motion is engendered by a cold top layer sinking rather than a hot bottom layer rising. Now, what I would suggest to you is that that's one of those little mental shifts that's useful and helpful to make if you're wanting to understand this. Yes, convection is the rising of hot material, but it's also the sinking of cold material. And if you get that mental concept clear in your mind, what follows is going to make a lot more sense. So he says it's nearly impossible to conceive of curtains of hot material rising. So this notion of neat convection cells moving up, pushing the plates apart, it's just impossible, he says, to see this. He says there's a lot of uncertainty of what's going on still, a lot to be discovered. This was 1971. But there seems to be general agreement on one point. The descending slab, the bit that's subducting down, is being pulled by its own gravity, it being colder and therefore more dense than its surroundings. And that is part of convection as well. So we move from this, where the plates are moving on top of the active component, which is the convection cells in the mantle, to this, where the plates are sliding under their own gravitational pull, and perhaps even in some cases inducing the flows in the mantle below them rather than the other way around. So our evidence base has gone from this. We started with Holmes, and that's where the convection cells began, under the continents, because he was trying to explain continental drift. We came to Hess with the seafloor evidence. We knew the seafloor spreading was happening. We knew from Tharp the tension was causing the seafloor to move apart. So Hess put his convection cells under the ocean at the ridge. But now what we're discovering is that the actual movement of these whole system seems to both include the lithospheric plates and indeed be mostly driven by those lithospheric plates, by these processes of slab pull and ridge push. Okay, that's our historical context for this. And this is a simplified version of the model that exists at the moment. So goodbye to the zombie convection cells, and let's clear our palette a little bit. Let's get a few of these ideas out of the way, and I'll explain slab pull and ridge push to you a little bit more. Just in terms of that, a few things, zombie ideas to slay. There are neat convection cells in the mantle. It's better to include or think of convection as including the plates. The plates are driven by mantle convection currents. Convection is mainly driven by the plates. That's a better idea to have in your head. And convection is driven mainly by the rising of hot mantle rock. No, it's the opposite. It's driven mainly by the sinking of cold plates. And I have found that as I'm teaching this, students will bring some prior knowledge to it. Don't assume a blank slate. It may well be that you need to confront some of these misconceptions, and perhaps even by doing a short version of what I've done, tell part of the story. This was part of the story, but we've moved on since then. Okay, here is now my attempt to explain to you the current model for how these plates move. So the density of the shading is meant to reflect the density of the lithospheric plate. So we start over here with the cold old plate becoming dense enough to sink down into the mantle. This is the convection here coming down into the mantle itself. That then transfers stress up through the brittle plate and drags the rest of the plate alongside it. Now, I don't know if the folks at home will see this, but you want to demonstrate this? There you go. Anything that dangles over the edge of a desk will eventually fall under its own weight, pulling everything behind it. In actual fact, I think that concept isn't hugely difficult because you can demonstrate it with something as simple as a coat on a desk. Now, when these plates are then pulled apart, it creates tension somewhere else. I'll often have an elastic band in my hand when I'm doing that. When you pull an elastic band, you will see that the elastic band gets thinner. And if you thin the plates, what you're doing is creating a little bit of room here for the mantle rock, which remember is ductile, it can flow, to flow up into that thinned area there. As it flows up, it'll experience a reduction in pressure, which will produce decompression melting, which makes our magma. The magma then comes up and injects itself into the ridge. It is young, hot, and high. That's a phrase that Hassel loves to use. Young, hot, and high. And that's what forms the ridge. But as soon as you've got a ridge, of course, you've got the potential for things to slide down off the edge of the ridge. So that new material comes up in there and kind of displaces the slightly older material further away, and you get your process of ridge push. And that is the essence of the current model of understanding of how plates move.
Sarah Hodges online says, love the elastic band bit and have done the gravity one with a big chain.
Yes. Talking of which, how do we do this? Well, I'll quote Pete first of all, and then I'll show you some of the classroom stuff. It's now generally accepted that the plates in the mantle are a single coupled system with plates moving by slab pull, which helps drive mantle convection patterns rather than the other way around. In this way, the plates can be viewed as part of the convection system. Remember Elsasser's title? Seafloor spreading as mantle convection, and not simply mere passengers rising on the convecting mantle. Therefore, it is correct to say that convection currents move the plates, provided, well, I shouldn't really be saying this, people when you're in the room, but I'll do my best impression, provided that is understood that the plates are part of the mantle and therefore form an essential part of the mantle convection system. And we can get to models that look a little bit more like this. Now, this is starting to get close to that one I showed you at the start that I said, if I do my job right, you'll maybe be able to find bits and pieces here that you understand. So I've talked enough for now. I'm going to give you a few moments if you're happy to chat to the person beside you. I want you to see if you can find ridge push and slab pull in that diagram anywhere. Have a little chat. Okay, let's play a game called Ridge Push or Slab Pull. I'll point to this bit, you'll say. You're a very good class. This one is. And if you've got those pulling there apart, what have you got in the middle? A ridge, because you have thinned it due to tension, allowing the mantle rock to rise. A reduction in pressure allows decompression, melting, which produces magma, which injects itself into the crust plate above, which makes it, what's Hafsa saying? Young, hot, and alive. There you go. There you go. No, what happens as it rises, the mantle rock rises and it experiences a reduction in pressure. So as it experiences that reduction in pressure, it lowers the melting point of the mantle rock. So the mantle is ductile, it'll solid and flow. My best illustration for that is blue tack. So it's not molten, it's solid but will flow. But whenever the mantle rock rises, you can melt the mantle rock at least partially, which produces the magma. And then the magma rises up into the lithospheric plate and creates the new seafloor. So this does maybe look a little bit more complicated, but you were able to navigate your way around it. Oh, yeah. Well, we'll explore a little bit more of that now, because I was delighted when I saw this. This is João Duarte, who is a Portuguese geologist who's also been incredibly helpful. This book is literally out just last month. And look at the front cover. Now, again, I'll give you a little bit of a chance to chat. Based on what you've just seen here, can you then make sense of this here? Go and find whatever you can in that diagram. Large shear velocity problems. Okay. Can you see some of the slab pull down there? The slabs descending down. These are your rising mantle plumes. Is there convectional rising? Well, yes, there is. Mantle plumes, hotspots. But they do not seem to be forming, with no evidence that they're forming these lovely, neat convection cells. The whole thing is a lot more chaotic than the simple models might present.
Can I just ask on the previous diagram, you've got hotspots. So,
yeah.
So how does this theory then explain, say, the creation of the Hawaiian Islands?
So, in terms of plate tectonics theory?
Yeah.
So, yeah. So, well, the plate tectonics theory is, and particularly what I'm looking at, is the process that moves the plates in particular. So, what is creating the hotspots? And you can see these series here of the hotspot islands that are moving across, because as you know, the plate will move across the top. The hotspot seems to be reasonably constant in position. Now, the latest understanding of what role do hotspots play in the movement of the plates, the theory that I've showed you doesn't really look at those much at all, but there is some indication that as this slab material comes down, it comes all the way down to, in many cases, the core mantle boundary. So the whole notion of us calling this a destructive plate margin is questionable. I'm not entirely sure what's getting destroyed in this process. It seems to come down here, and in some cases it seems to be entrained into some of the material here and being brought back up. We can see geochemical signatures at the surface of material that has been brought down into here and back up again over a cycle of maybe 100 or 200 million years. So there is some form of relationship between these. The actual precise details of it are very much at the cutting edge of where we're moving. I think probably from my reading, we will ultimately get to a point where there'll be a more holistic view of how these all things relate together. This large low shear velocity province is a wonderful mystery. It's way beyond what I want to talk about here now, but there are two of these underneath the two major oceans, and it seems to be that they're related in some way to the hotspots. The hotspots seem to rise around the edge of those, but how and precisely what that relationship is, we don't quite know yet, but that's fine because that's science, and this is where it'll evolve over time.
So this may be a really basic question, but I'm not a big expert on tectonics, but I always thought when that the slab goes down, it melts a bit, that causes rising, which causes that chain of volcanoes just away from the destructive plate margin. That seems to be completely knocking that on the head.
Yes, that's not what happens at all. What happens here, again, it's not helped by the fact that geographers tend to call this destructive plate margin. What happens as this comes down, because it's oceanic plate, it has a lot of water inside it. And eventually it'll get down deep enough where the pressure will be enough to drive the water out of the subducting slab. And that water goes into the mantle above the subducting slab, and it lowers the melting point of the mantle rock. So the analogy I would use that whenever you grit the roads during the winter when you're expecting a frost, what the salt does is basically it lowers the freezing point of the water, so the roads can be below freezing and it won't form ice. So there can be other substances can affect the freezing or the melting point, and it's the water that lowers the melting point here, and it's the mantle rock that melts and comes up to form the volcanoes. It's not the plate being melted.
So is the water in the rock, or is
Yes.
it sediment on top?
Well, and it's certainly yes. And how far down it would infiltrate or percolate, I'm not entirely sure. But yes, in the sediments and the plate coming down, yes, it's water in the plates that is being forced off that produces that.
So it's also not that the magma is pushed away to all places, including upwards.
Yeah, because again, the material here isn't magma, it is the mantle rock, which is solid but ductile. And again, if you think blue tack, whenever I'm talking about people about this, I'll say to them, this strange characteristics of solid and ductile, I'll say while playing with blue tack. What kind of weird substance is this? A solid that, can flow. And one of the interesting things you can do with that, if home economics department or food science department go and take some of your blue tack and freeze it for the night, bring it back in your cast the next day and pull it, and it'll become a lot more brittle. You can snap the blue tack. It's the same substance, it's just a different temperature. So this is solid rock, but it's at a sufficient temperature that it will flow. It's not magma. So you need to melt mantle rock to produce magma. And there's two main ways you can do that. Three, I suppose, but we'll focus on the two. It's that decompression melting as it rises, and the decompression allows the melting point to drop. Or you can add water from the subducting slab, and that will produce the magma. And it's the magma that then rises. Okay, so here are some of the illustrations. How do you form the trench? How do you illustrate this with the pupils? Well, it's very simple. Look at that. It's falling under its own weight. Just a sheet of paper as simple as that. You can see the thing subducting down. Lovely little analogy for them. There's the chain going off the sides of the desk. There's the resistance band stretching and becoming thinner. There's the ridge push, courtesy of Hafsa. The panda seems to get back on at the end. Clearly is enjoying it. I want some more. If you've ever gone down a slide, there you go. And there's your blue tack. It is perfectly possible to take these complex ideas and actually explain them in a way that a Key Stage 3 student could do. So here's a diagram. Convection is a process that includes the plates and is driven by them. It includes the sinking of cold dense material as well as the rising of hot bound material. The cold old dense plate subducts, leading to slab pull. This thins the plate above, leading to the upwelling of mantle rock, producing the ridge. And the plates slide downward off the edge, producing the ridge. Now, there's a lot more that could be said to this. I've obviously not included a lot of the detail that I've put in before. But one of the key things, one of the key principles I want to do whenever I'm teaching this is whatever I say at the earlier stages, I don't want to have to contradict myself when I get to the later stages. I don't want to have to say, well, that thing you told me before is not really true. So there is certainly a lot more to say here. But when I come back to this at A level, there's nothing at that point where I'm having to turn around and say that things are, oh yes, that's a good idea. Yes. Thank you very much. So there we go, key stage 3 into key stage 4. Nothing that I've said earlier contradicts what comes later. Or indeed, right, here we go. This is the one at the start that I said, if I've done my job, you can now make sense of it. Okay, have a chat to the person beside you. What do you see in that diagram at the top? Nothing that we've said before contradicts what comes afterwards. And there is our model, folks. The story of convection was part of the story, absolutely. And perhaps if you're trying to deal with some misconceptions your pupils will bring, then this is a part of the story that you'll want to tell them. But the story, just like Pinatubo 1991, did not finish there. The end. Or is it? Okay. Right. No, thanks for the questions. I'm really glad to answer those questions. It means that I'll only have time to very, very quickly show you this. But this is now allowing us to definitely want to finish with this, because this is the really cool thing you can then do with your pupils, right? We know something about the structure of the center of the Earth. We talk about core, mantle, and plates and all sorts of things like this by these earthquake waves that go through the center of the Earth. And indeed, as we have allowed over time, the development of our understanding of this has allowed us to see a lot more of what's happening in the mantle. Just like Wegener couldn't see the seafloor, Hess could see the seafloor, but just like Hess couldn't see the mantle, we can now begin to see into the mantle, courtesy of this thing called seismic tomography. So this is your big takeaway. If you want to use this with your classes, this is where you can start to get into some really cool work with them. This is basically allowing us to spot what appear to be hotter and colder areas in the mantle based on the speed of the seismic waves. This is the Tonga Trench. It is a destructive plate margin or convergent plate margin, if we want to be more precise and accurate. Therefore, we would expect to see subduction occurring. Can you see it? Can you see the slab? Is that what you thought it was? Or I'll go past this. Yeah. Wouldn't it be great? Wouldn't it be great if the last thing that I was saying to you was that there's a website that you can take your pupils to where they can go and collect any data they would like from the mantle based on seismic tomography. That would be a lovely way to send you off, wouldn't it? What about it? Here's some instructions that I give my pupils. This is a website that you must check out called the Atlas of the Underworld. And what this will allow you to do, like I've done here, is to give my pupils a series of transects that they can go and explore, and they can draw their own cross profiles. And this is some of the work that they did. Them going and finding the evidence of these subducting plates. And no, I'm sorry, they don't appear to melt as they subduct down. Seismic tomography is showing us that many of them go down to the core mantle boundary. Some of them seem to get stuck at the mantle transition zone. So you can actually start to really pull apart not just the theoretical, hypothetical model of this is what subduction might be. We're actually able to collect data from the mantle ourselves, courtesy of this. And you can take them through all of those wonderful explanatory and exploratory things. So we can take our model and we can draw a similar cross-section. Can you spot subduction there? Can you begin to make sense of that? Are you seeing these kinds of things there?
Question online, Alistair, says, would you do this with year 8s? 12, 13-year-olds.
I think I could certainly show that from the front, couldn't I? I think if it's explained enough to them. The blue bit's the cold bit. Can you spot the blue bit? Can you see the shape? Absolutely, I think you can. So what it allows us to do then is some really powerful explanatory work. Why is it that the Pacific Ocean is spreading at a faster rate than the Atlantic Ocean? Well, what do you reckon lies underneath? Geez, can you picture the cross-section profile through that dotted line? Well, you don't need to picture it because we've got the Atlas of the Underworld that will draw this for us. Can you see where the subduction's occurring? There it is. Can you draw a little diagram to summarize it? Yes, you can. Can your pupils do it? Yes, they can. Are we finding anything similar in the Atlantic? No, we're not. There doesn't appear to be subduction occurring in the Atlantic. And all of a sudden, this becomes not just a theoretical model that is produced like the Bradshaw model that is theoretically fine, but you want to take that out into the real world. You want to go down a river and explore it. All of a sudden, we can do exactly the same with plate tectonics. You can send your students out into the mantle. You can do a field trip, not quite to the center of the Earth, and they can collect the data. And all of a sudden, it moves us beyond simply telling them about a theoretical model to introducing them to the idea that this model is our best understanding at the moment. Is it the final understanding? No, it's not. Of course it's not, because science is always provisional. It will advance. And wouldn't it be great to think that we could plant the seeds in some of our students that would make them think, I would love to be part of telling the next part of this story. And all it takes is all it takes is this. Everyone has a story to tell, but what matters is not how the story ends, but where it begins. If this is the model that you start to teach, you unleash the possibility of all of that other really good stuff. That is the end. Thank you.
On the seismography image, what do the different colour pixels represent? Kind of, you mentioned temperature, but
Yeah.
get my head around.
Yeah, no problem, no problem. Folks, I'm happy to stay behind and answer any questions. If you need to go, that's no problem. Do fire on, but I'll certainly answer any here. Let me just get back to
Another question is from the penultimate signature, where is the top map from that image from? So I'm guessing when you were talking that, is it that one? Is it that one, Sarah?
Yes, that's from Google Earth. Yeah.
That's from Google Earth.
Yeah. So basically,
it must warm up if it's going to 2,000 kilometers an hour.
yeah. So basically, what you have here is what's called a reference model, and so we get all of this information largely from the seismometers that are all around the world. So our seismometers are not located uniformly around the world, so the resolution of this is pretty coarse at the moment. You're talking about a resolution with the global models of hundreds of instantaneous, thousands of kilometers. So that's why I put that in. It's kind of like the resolution of Pluto. It's kind of like the one in the middle. We see some detail, but it's hazy. So the idea then is that you've got this reference model that will give you an idea of, right, if the shock waves travel from this point to this point through this part of the Earth, this is the time we expect it to take. If it arrives faster, it's going through something colder and denser. If it arrives slower, it's gone through something hotter and less dense. Yes. It is inferred to be primarily temperature, but yes, it can be related. It could be compositional as well.
But I'm suggesting that 2,000 depth hasn't really been find it hard to believe there's a geothermal.
Yes.
This means it's colder, isn't it?
Surely at 2,000 kilometers depth, it's going to be absorbing some of the heat around it.
Yes, I'm glad that Pete's here for this one because I'll maybe defer to him on that one. So the question, sorry, what's your name? Chris. Chris is asking why, if in that slab there, when it's going down to 2,000 kilometers, is that suggesting that it hasn't warmed up at all, or is that my hunch would be it's relative temperature?
Yeah.
So that's what the temperature is, relative temperature.
Yes.
So it's maintaining relative. So
that would be my hunch.
Yeah, it's fine. So then you go
See you there, on.
It's basically density, isn't it?
It is. It is. It's primarily
density.
Yeah, and it could be related also to compositional differences, but the consensus is it's primarily related to the temperature.
What do you teach GCSE students who've got all the resources online? There isn't, particularly that thing that you're saying about, the volcanoes that happen. Because one of the things, every time I come this, this has just been mind-boggling, and I do whenever I teach this, I say theory, it's always changing. But then I also look at, okay, they've got mark schemes, they've got the resources, they've got the revision materials.
Okay, so the revision materials, resources and marks, dealing with them separately. At the moment, I think there's a vicious negative feedback loop in terms of this. The resources teach a largely an outdated model. Therefore, the classroom teacher feels like I need to teach that. Therefore, the resources, and we just are stuck in this.
slide.
Hi everybody, we'll make a start because we're very aware of time and how much time we've got and how many other things you're going to move on to. So I'll just introduce ourselves very, very quickly. I'm Anthony, work at the University of Roehampton.
And I'm Chantal, working at University of Quebec en Outaouais in Canada.
And the QR code is there at the end as well. That is access to all these slides, plus some extra bonus content because we know we won't be able to get through absolutely everything that we do today. So welcome to everybody online as well if you're following this. So what we're going to try and do today is to suggest a sequence of teaching through local landmarks. And the local landmark we're focusing on today is trees. And we're going to be focusing on 3 examples of practice from Key Stage 1 to Key Stage 2. And we're going to be trying to link these global and local aspects to try and develop some contextually rich thinking. So some real specific examples is what we're trying to aim towards. And we're going to connect
This is
to
210.
UK and European and Canadian contexts that hopefully you can go away and think about and use. And particularly at the end, from the Canadian perspective, Chantal is going to focus on historical and geographical thinking. So just to introduce ourselves, I'll perhaps introduce myself. Chantal, do you want to introduce yourself first of all in terms of your relationship to trees?
Yeah, so my relationship to trees, so I'm here with an apple tree with 2 of my 3 sons. So it's just like I choose the apple tree to be my favorite tree, mainly because of the memories. So like on that picture, it's more recent one, so they are older, but I have pictures since they are little boys of us going to some apple picking. So it's really something we used to do a lot. So for me, that's my favorite tree because of the memories. So that's my tree and my relation to trees. So for you, Anthony?
For me, living in southwest London, the London plane tree and the plane trees that you see around London are really precious to me. These are plane trees both in Ealing and along the river Wandle. And certainly the plane tree was not a tree I was very well aware of before I came to London, but they are magical and majestic in the landscape. So I'd just like to get you involved with thinking about the plane tree just as we start. This is not a poem that I wrote, but what I'm going to do is say what's in bold, and I want you to respond in terms of trees, in terms of what's underneath these phrases that go underneath. So green is the plane tree in the square.
The other trees are brown.
They droop and pine for country air.
The plane tree loves the town.
Here from my garret pane I mark.
The plane tree button and block.
Shed her recuperative bark.
And spread her shade below.
Among her branches, in and out.
The city breezes play.
The dun fog wraps her round about.
Above the smoke curls grey.
Others the country take for choice.
And hold the town in scorn.
But she has listened to the voice.
On city breezes blow.
So we're going to show you these 3 different approaches, 3 different ideas about trees, but we're going to start off with a bit of an introduction. This is one of my favourite quotes that I'm using quite a lot in presentations at the moment, and it's from George Monbiot, the environmentalist, about 10 years ago, where he talks about what we've done to the planet. We've talked about the fact that we have polished it, we've tarmacked it, we've covered it, we've rubbed away all the ecosystems, we've rubbed away the natural structures through which this planet has obviously functioned for millennia, through digging and building, but also farming and fishing and mining and many, many other industries. So where does the tree sit in all this? Where are the previously significant tree landmarks that we perhaps lost? And certainly something that we've been thinking about quite a lot in relation to London, the UK, and Europe and Canada is the ancient trees that are sometimes still there, that are perhaps fighting. And you'll have seen in the news, Plymouth, Sheffield, lots of people who are fighting for the trees in their landscapes that are sadly no longer there. Because even if they are there sometimes, and this is an example found on Twitter, they're being removed. There's a kind of plastic carpet being put in their place. There's a kind of rubbing away, even in these local environments with quite young trees. Here's another example. Just behind those trees is the London Eye, that significant, iconic landmark. But these trees have to suffer the fact that we want to walk past them and we don't want to get muddy. These trees have to suffer the fact that none of the water that runs off these impermeable surfaces will ever trickle down into those roots. So there must be some sort of underwater system that actually gives them their sustenance. So we really are just about keeping some trees alive and maybe not helping them in the way that they are. But we're thinking today particularly about the trees that are outside woodlands. So we're not thinking particularly too much about forests in some cases, other than towards the end in terms of Canada. We're thinking about the trees that actually form 20% of what we have in this country, those ones that are on the streets, those ones that are in people's gardens, kind of singular trees, those alone trees, if you like, because that's a particularly interesting number that I found. Because we actually find, as people are kind of campaigning about and protesting about at the moment, the fact that there are very few protections like you would have on a building, very few protections like you would have in terms of listing. And the Woodland Trust as an organisation are very, very passionate about us trying to make sure that we can have some sort of legal protection for trees. They've got this idea of living legends, living landmarks that we maybe need to think about that we have near us. And clearly, if you think about many of these trees being planted in the Victorian times, maybe they're now reaching maturity. Maybe they're now reaching the time where something needs to be done to move their life on, prolong their life, or maybe cut them down and maybe plant new ones. There's a lot of contention around this that you might have seen play out in the media, like I say, about Sheffield and Plymouth and other sorts of things like that. Clearly, we often talk about trees in relation to the rainforest or various rainforests around the world. And this is the kind of pale blue marble image that we often see in terms of the way the world looks. And on the right-hand side is the one that shows visible signs of environmental degradation. And that environmental degradation is particularly in relation to the green spaces that hold the trees. Because really we've had this story, haven't we, of 360 million years where trees have grown, we've used them, we've felled them. We've done that through the natural cycles of the earth, clearly through hurricanes and fires and natural regeneration. But then, of course, we as human beings decided from the 17th century to start to farm more intensively and started to build these things called cities. But these forests, these trees are so crucial in terms of all the species that they support. And even if you come across a forest now, if you come across some of these more fragments of landscape that we have, they're still not thriving in the way that they might have done before in supporting that biodiversity, like particular types of beetles that they would have had before, because they are in such a fragmented state. And one thing that I often talk about at the moment is the idea of the red fox being almost everywhere. Almost any landscape that you can find, you'll still find that one. There are some people who are winning, some species that are surviving, thriving, some species that are perhaps not surviving as much. So, time for a quiz. So scribble down on your pieces of paper, just a quiz before we move on to the second part, just a scale of the forest loss that we've got on this kind of new version of the model. There's a lot more that we could have talked about in relation to this, and just to kind of start us off by thinking, which can be followed through some of the links. So just scribble down which continent is losing forest at twice the world rate. I won't take your answers, but just think about your answer, because the actual answer is Africa. Do we often teach about that? Do we often focus on South America? Possibly. But should we be thinking about forest loss, tree loss in Africa? Annual deforestation, question 2, is currently affecting an area the size of, is it Greece? Is it the size of Ireland? Or is it the size of France? Again, I'd love to discuss this, but I know we don't have time. The answer is Greece, because France is 4 times the size of Greece, and that's double the size of Ireland.
And just a little addition to that, it's just like for me being a North American, when you ask me Greece, Ireland, or France, it's just like, for me, it's kind of all the same size. So it's just like, I just know that they are much smaller than Canada. So, that statistic or that answer, for me, I will have, doing this in Quebec with some teacher in Quebec, I will have choose probably the size of, Quebec, Alberta, or a region, something that's relevant to the people we're talking to, that will be much more, relevant depending of the public you're talking to. So for here, it's totally appropriate. But for me, when Anthony came with that, I was like, I will just be quiet, but there is no sense.
Because do I have any sense of the size of Greece? But maybe I do have the size of Ireland. So double the size of Ireland, just to reiterate the point. Double the size of Ireland each year is being lost. And I do have a sense of that.
Sorry, is this net?
This is a good question. I can come back to that. Yeah, that's whatever Wikipedia told me. So I am contingent on the facts being correct. But yeah, very, very good point. I don't actually know. What percentage of the world's forests were located in just 10 countries? I haven't scribbled down the answer, so I'll come back to that one in a moment. What has the world's highest deforestation rate of primary forests? Where has the world's highest deforestation rate? Because it's lost more than half of its primary forest in the last 5 years. The answer to that one is Nigeria. Again, do we teach that? Do we think about that? Which is quite a sobering thought. And then the final one, where has lost more than 90% of its original forest? Most of this loss has occurred since the independence, not pointing in any particular direction. Most of this has been since the independence from the French. And the answer to that one is Madagascar. Okay, so just to find that stat, because it is on there underneath. Oh gosh, did I not write it down? Forgive me, I haven't put the answer, but the answer is findable on Wikipedia. So apologies about that. So that's just to give you some kind of contextual underpinning to what we've been thinking about in terms of the specific 3 activities that you could think about in terms of trees in relationship to geography. And just to kind of remember that sort of fact. It was certainly raised yesterday in one of the sessions that we maybe got this kind of 70-30 split. In fact, it was Julia's session first thing this morning, this 70-30 split, but 10% of the land is forest. Again, net, I'm not quite sure, but 10% is the kind of stat that we've got. Okay.
So then that brings us to the question, like, what do you do to develop the human connection to trees? Do you do something already with your students at any level, activities to develop the human connection with trees? Are there some activities? Yes. What are you doing?
We had a tree week last year where each of the year groups in primary school had I was a year 1 teacher last year. We had a Swedish white beam, I think it was, outside of the classroom, which the children could see change over the course of the year. So each year group had a tree that they studied, and they might then use that for an art project, but they would study it and look at the seasonal change of that tree during the year.
Okay, interesting. Any other things that you're doing?
We're an outdoor education centre. We do Key Stage 2 module, which is Explore Woods, but it kind of focuses on sort of red squirrels as the main theme. It looks at how that woodland is whether it can or can't support like red squirrels. So they do look at sort of age of trees and that kind of thing that's within that sort of connected context.
Yeah. Any other things? Yeah.
Yeah, a local woodland group went round and put on each different 12 different types of trees, what the tree was, what its history was, what its uses were, etc. And loads of people said, God, they learned so much and appreciated actually what was in the woodland.
Yeah. So we have different activities that we will present 3 activities that may go, and mainly we want behind those activities to develop the human connection to tree, because sometimes we will talk about, the natural, the physical geography, but we want to bring maybe a little bit more human geography to this from our experience. So I will start with the first one, like the Key Stage 1. So we call that activity like the tree family in the story. And the objective here will be to learn some vocabularies, naming, observing the trees, and do some link with science and geography. So, and we will see for the 3 activities that we are presenting, we always want to start with the same question. What can we learn from the tree we can see from the window? So it's really like, whatever the age of the children, you may just go and ask that question to the children. So, and in Key Stage 1, one of the activity that we can do is just like to do this identity card of the tree. So think of it as like a passport. So it's just like you may take doing that identity card for the tree. So you may take a picture of the tree, and I'm saying, hey, picture, but you may take several pictures of the tree, one of the leaf, one of the bark, zoom in, zoom out. And so in this aspect, that with all those pictures, you will have this specific single identity of the tree, like a passport. You have your own passport, your own picture. So you may have a picture of that tree, and then you may try to find what's the name of that tree. You may already know it because it's there. It's just near the school, and you know that's whatever the type of tree is. Like already know it. But if you don't, you may find the name of the tree. And here, depending of the time, depending of your context, depending of your interest and the student's interest, you may go and introduce a lot of science there. For example, here, and if you just look at the PowerPoint, like if you click on the image, you will already have the link to the woodland forest site. But you may use a lot of tools that are already out there that may help you to just identify and name the tree. So, and this identity card that I'm talking about, it can be in any format you want. It can be a booklet, it can be a poster that the children will do. It can be, something electronically that you will just do it on whatever platform or app. So you may just go for picture, the name, and then the age of the tree. So do you know how to tell the age of the tree without cutting it down? Because obviously we don't want to cut the tree down here, but do you know how you can simply do it? No, some people say yes. Sorry?
Yeah, so you can measure around the circumference of the tree and then you divide it by its annual growth rate.
Yeah.
So you don't even have to chop the tree down. It's 1.5 meter mark. So it's usually at kid head height.
Yeah, and yeah, it can be 1.5, it can be more than that. It depends, so you can be divided by 1.5 or by 2 even, sometimes, because some tree have a growing rate that is much more than that. So depending of the type of tree. But yes, you can just do some measurement here, and then you have the age or the date of birth of the tree that you can approximately have an idea of. So you have this identity card of the tree, so you can do this as a way to this is the identity of that tree. But if we think of that tree as an individual, then we may think about the family of the tree. So when you are as a child, you may have siblings, you have parents, cousins, and all that. So what's the tree's family? So we may ask yourself and the students where this tree is located, because the thing with trees, it's often it's just asking questions. We have to bring those questions, to bring those human relations to the tree. So where this tree is located, is it near a building, in a woodland, near a river, in a park, in the backyard of the school? Sorry. So it's just where this tree is located. Is it a natural location? Is it someone who planted there? So you may just ask those questions. May seem simple, but it's just sometimes we take trees for granted. It's just obvious they are there, but we just asking those questions. Those are quite simple questions that are accessible to Key Stage 1 students. And where else can we find that tree? So is it the only silver birch tree that we have in the neighborhood, or there are plenty of them? Is all the family, the relatives, the cousin of the tree nearby? Do we find some others in the neighborhood, in the UK, in the world? And if we find some other type of those trees, so doing this, you may introduce some work with maps, depending of what you want to do. So you may just work, and I will show you in the next slide. So you may just work with the map, and then how the tree can travel. If there is a tree of that type in just near my school, why do we find them also in different regions? Was it naturally? Is it just human that just bring the trees there? So just, even though you won't necessarily explain all those mechanisms to the kids, even though you don't yourself know all those answers, okay, is it from this area, or was it imported? I'm not sure. So don't worry about being necessarily in all those details. Just bringing those questions that the trees may not be there for natural reason, that's already a good starting point. And when I was talking about where else can you find that tree? So for example, if we look for the silver birch, that is quite common. So we see the UK there at the end. So you see that you can find it in a lot of regions. So you may just do some work on the map for this. And interestingly, if you want to go from local to global, that's, here we are going more global. And you can even go more global, like in Canada, we don't have that much silver birch, but we have paper birch. That is quite close. So when we are talking to family relation, so that's quite close. So we see that here again, we have this species of this type of tree, that's really common. And you can do it with different type of tree, like the white willow. So interestingly, you can work on the map. So just by that question, where that trees come from, you can just go with that. And if we want to go further within the human relation with the tree, so also you may have this section on your identity card of the tree. So what is my relation to the tree? So as a child, what is my relation? Do I like the shadow of the tree? I don't like to be nearby that tree because of the bugs. I like to play under it. You may have different relations. So you may bring that human relation. And also, who's caring for the trees? Is someone taking care of that tree? Like, is it me? Is it like just nature because like it's raining and there is sun and then like it's just taking care of the tree? Are there some civil servant? Are there some people who are paid to take care of that tree? Things for us may seem really obvious, but for Key Stage 1 students, that may be a whole new information. So, and also just trees, they are just there, but just walking past that tree and every tree they will walk just by, that may bring those questions. And why do we plant a tree? So we may plant a tree for the environment, just because for the beauty of it, but also for special events. And for example, it's interesting because when we were planning this with Anthony, like I'm in Quebec, we are having this program, Mon Arbre à Moi, Grandissons Ensemble. So every time a child is born or adopt, you may just go to the government and then they will give you for free a tree that you will plant. But sometimes Anthony was saying like, oh, for us, mainly we will plant a tree when people die, just in memory of this. So it depends. But, for special events, you may plant a tree for that. So that's the human relation with the tree. So that's the type of activity. So when, like the example you were saying, so yes, we may do all the works with the season, with the type of tree and all that, but even with K Stage 1, we can bring that, human aspect to the tree. So that was for the first example. I would let Anthony go on with the second one.
Can I ask a question on that?
Yes.
On the task 3,
would
you mention what animals have relations with that tree? So
yes, we can do it as well.
What insects might live there, what birds
Yeah,
are feeding,
totally.
what mammals might live in it.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, that will totally fit here. Here we didn't put any emphasis on that because we will mainly more on the human relation. So we want to emphasize that. But you can, if you want to go into what animals, where it will be shadow or like the house of which animals or like, yeah, totally. You can do this interaction and you can go into more science, especially for that. Totally.
Because we did look through the science curriculum for Key Stage 1 beforehand, and that does come through really strongly, the idea of habitats. But it's this idea that we're in a human habitat as well alongside the natural habitat. So it's that particular aspect that we're focusing on.
Yeah, but that will be totally appropriate. Yes.
Thank you, Chantal. So second one ties in with something that I have talked about before with the colleague that I actually did this with. So there is a Jog Live number 7 that you might have seen online. They're freely available online. And with me wearing matching shirt, you'll notice, completely by accident, we did last year as part of the GA. So if you want to hear Georgia, who I am indebted to her in East London, helping us try out some of these ideas with a real group of Year 5. So this is coming from direct experience of practice. So you want to hear her voice as well in relation to this specific idea. Because the point about this was we were in East London and we wanted to get them to appreciate those trees that they could see from their window. So there were trees like this next to the aptly named Cedar Court, even though that wasn't an actual cedar. And what we were trying to do was to get them to think about those singular trees that are kind of there as part of their school site. Those singular trees that they maybe don't think a great deal about. The idea that they change through the seasons, the idea that they are decades and decades old, they possibly predate some of the buildings near this particular site. The fact that they are really majestic, they are something to look at, they are something that can be described through some qualitative but also quantitative terms. They can be referred to in all sorts of different descriptive ways. But the wonder of Street View, and if you've ever heard me talk before, I will often use Street View. The wonder of Street View is you can go back 12 years. So you can say that this particular tree, look at it, it's hardly changed in 12 years' time. You can see in the top left-hand corner there, that's it in 2020, and this is it in 2008. Very, very little else has changed, apart from, of course, the school buildings have been demolished and changed and things like that. So the human environment changes quite a lot, but this kind of natural environment perhaps doesn't change. So we wanted to get them talking about who planted them, when were they planted, at what regularity, how many kind of paces are there between those different trees, the kind of corner point of that particular park. We just wanted them to really look at them and to really think about them and how they were growing and changing and developing through the seasons, through the year. And Street View is such a wonderful tool for doing that. But it was that particular starkness that was really wonderful to see as well. And if you've never done those sorts of projects with children looking at trees over time, I do strongly recommend you doing that. And you can often find on council websites, certainly in England, certainly in the UK, you'll often find people who've done all the hard work for you, who have identified the types of trees, and then they've got these maps that you can actually tap into and see, particularly street trees, which is not necessarily the case for trees on school sites. You can actually tap into some of this to kind of visualize and get somebody to have done the work for you. And a fact I like to share with pupils particularly is that if there are about 8 million people in London, 9 million people, there's almost a tree per person. So could you seriously adopt a tree? Could you name a tree for yourself? That's something you could think about doing as a consideration. But on this particular day, we were in this school, you can see the sorts of perspectives that we were kind of building and developing. Those are the trees that you've seen so far, clearly not from the street view, from the aerial view. You can see the sorts of landscapes that they're in. And then this is the wider perspective. So you can see that this school is near to this fragment of what was Epping Forest, a really quite special forest with a lot of ancient trees in it. And that was one of the things I was trying to move them towards, to try and think about maybe this A406, to think about the kind of problem of what people decided to do in the 1960s. They decided to push through this dual carriageway all the way through this precious fragment. Who won on this occasion? Well, it actually turns out that the trees didn't do so badly. You can see this part of the North Circular Road in London. The trees just kind of carried on going, and there's this great little video. You can see that the forest just carries on growing. You've got the underpasses. People can still appreciate these trees. Yes, the road pushes through. Yes, human beings need to move around, but still this fragment of forest and its ecosystem is not as disturbed as you might actually imagine, and that's a place called Waterworks.
The effect of fragmentation is pretty huge.
True, but we are, I suppose, in an urban environment with 9 million people anyway. So has that really had a much more great? Yeah, it has. That would be your argument. Yeah. Okay. I will take your judgment on that because I was.
Not for us. But for
it's difficult, isn't it? Because it's always a balance, isn't it? Are we going to tell them a view of the world that's really, really negative, and the fact that there are massive disruptions to the environment caused by what humans do? Or are we going to try and tell a more appreciable story of the fact that there's still life there? They could have paved it over. They could have done something else in that environment. But you would challenge that view.
Yeah, I would.
Yeah.
I think we'd get them to think about it very hard.
Yeah, great.
Yeah.
We should perhaps carry on that thought afterwards. That's really helpful because I mean this is the first iteration of this particular project, because the point of it was to take them from this kind of 9 million urbanized area to go to a place that is quite some distance away. This was last February, March. The Russia-Ukraine invasion had just happened, and we were taking them to somewhere that is threatened, the Białowieża forest in Poland, Ukraine. You can see the sorts of distance that we were kind of pointing out there. And so we were just encouraging them to think about these kind of precious forests that we still have in Europe, these precious forests that do need to have the voices heard. They do need to have people who are advocating for them, advocating for the life of these forests and what's actually happening there. So as part of this day, just to kind of give you a sequence of what we taught about, we talked to them about the different types of forest that there are. We taught them explicitly that there are 3 different types of forest that we might choose to label in a very simplified map for the year 5s that we pointed out there, in terms of the temperate forest that we're thinking about here, of Epping Forest and Białowieża Forest in Poland and Belarus. And then we also linked this to the learning that they already had, which was about biomes in general, which is such a key part of Key Stage 2. And so we talked about the fact that we're thinking today about temperate forests, but we have all these other different biomes that you will be learning about or will have learned about through your experience through the different key stages. So this is just to kind of flick you through what we did as a kind of sequence and a scoping out. But we talked them through this kind of general set of information that they were learning about on the day. And then just a little bit about Białowieża in particular. I'd never heard of Białowieża. Has anybody else heard of Białowieża? Nobody at all. I mean, until I started to do this, but it is the largest area of ancient woodland in Europe. I mean, we've all heard of the amazing human structures that there are in Europe. There's barely a child who's never heard of the Eiffel Tower, or maybe heard of a river in Europe, or heard of capital cities, and that's a very Key Stage 1 focused way of thinking. But do we ever hear about these natural forests in somewhere like Europe? And it's called primeval, and that has a particular meaning, and I'll come back to that if we've got time at the end. But in terms of how big it is, this forest is, children, it's double the size of all of London. That's how big this actually is. So that's of the significance that we perhaps want to get over to them. Simon Sharma talks about Białowieża in something that he wrote, and he said that really Europe would have once have sheltered over all of Europe under this single green roof that Białowieża would have been part of. So Epping Forest may well have been connected, obviously the sea in between, but would have been connected, would have had kinship with this single green roof. And clearly Europeans have done these sorts of things that you can see on the screen. We've cut down our trees, we've burnt them, we've built ships, we've traveled around the world. We particularly used them to fuel wars and things like that. Has that been a useful use of that tree? So I'm kind of skipping through the sorts of things that we did on the day. There's some really useful BBC resources that you can get through the links that you might want to show how people are really fighting, really thinking about this particular patch of forest, and how now with the Russia-Ukraine war and Belarus being wrapped up in all of that, it's really perhaps under threat more than ever before. But one thing that we did want to teach them on the day, that there is this sense that in this forest, because it's still so big and extensive, there are megafauna still there. There are these bison that are still there, that can still roam, can still inhabit this space. And they're a very important part of the ecosystem, as I'm sure you will appreciate. So we wanted them to get this sense of these creatures that are really quite impressive. And there's a positive story here. Perhaps I'm all about the positive stories, but it's positive that they've been reintroduced and they can now survive and perhaps thrive in this space. So this is from a EU project. So this bison, this wisent, is a keystone species. And again, on this day, we didn't have a lot of time to tap into this with the group of children, but this is the sort of thing that we were looking at and teaching them alongside some of the other creatures that you can find there as well. So there's some human geography there as well. So that's just a very, very quick précis alongside what my colleague Georgina talked about on the Jog Live, just to kind of give you a sense of what we did with some student teachers over the course of a whole day last February. Okay, so on to part 3, where we're going from the UK, from Europe, and now we're going to tap into Chantal's expertise in terms of North America and Canada.
Yeah, so the third example we want to present is always the same question. What can we learn from the tree we can see from the window? So here we will mainly talk about learning about distant place, understanding the interaction between places, link history and geography, and also think about the impact of the UK colonial era on Quebec. It's always interesting. I've been working with Anthony on some different projects, and when we're having this, and as someone from Quebec who has been colonized by the French and the British, I'm always having that particular perspective when I'm in Europe, and that's really interesting. And sometimes I think I may build a little bit of that. So just a little bit of context. So in fact, you may not know, but we are talking about the UK in our Quebec social study program, and I will tell you why. So, and what I want to do here is to bring a different point of view, to present you the use what we have in the Quebec curriculum to show what the other side of the story may be. So, and what the year 5 and 6 students in Quebec learn about trees and UK. So this is just a small part of our curriculum. But in our curriculum for year 5 and 6, we have to learn about the Canadian society between 1745 and 1820. And we talk a lot about, when we talk about the presence of Anglophone, it's mainly European and North American trade in woods, English businessmen. There is like a mistake in our program in the English version, I realized that.
Spotting the English mistakes.
So we talk about also Napoleonic War and lumber trade. So that's where I will come to my link with here. So that's, and I put here in the bubble like the link if you want to have the link to the entire curriculum. It's in English, you may have it. So in what we are teaching about the New French period, and then we are teaching about the conquest in 1760, the first governor, James Murray, Guy Carleton, the American Revolutionary War, parliamentary government, and then the Napoleonic Wars and the Continental Blockade. So why we are talking about that? In fact, we are talking about that more in relation to geography and economy. And when I was here, I realized that in Key Stage 2 history curriculum, like there is this aspect, a study of an aspect of our team in British history that extend pupils' chronological knowledge beyond 1066. So I was like, okay, there may be some link there. So what can we do as an activity for here? So let's say you are in keys, like in year 5 and 6. So to talk about like tree, wood, and timber trade today. So the starting point was like, okay, if we think about the tree that's outside of the school, just there, but if we just go deeper, because we are with older kids here. So looking at the trees from my window, I wonder, what trees are used for today? Do we have a lot of trees in the UK for our needs? Where do wood we use come from? So, and then you may either use different pictures and go deeper into those questions. So we are mainly here, if you look at some of the statistics, and that some of them were quite new for me as well, because I was not that aware of all the situation with forests here in the UK. I was more in Canada. So there are a lot of forests and woodland in UK, and it's also like the UK is one of the largest consumers of timber in the world. So that's quite interesting to know. So when we talk about the relationship to the wood, beside that, the UK produced 41% of softwood domestically, but that's still 60% of importation. So, and it's also, talking about this, it's also interesting to talk about timber harvesting that can be also done. So a possible activity looking at where the wood come from. So you can do that depending on how deep you want to go. And like if you just click on that, Scotland, you'll have a link and you have all those areas where there are some wood industry and harvesting. Because harvesting trees in UK, and that's another interesting thing. Usually children will think trees like something more natural. You're not harvesting, but you know, it's just like, yes, we are planting them in a row, so it will be easier to cut them years later when they will very grown up. Sometimes, so we can bring that. So just by that question, okay, the tree, this is a city tree. Anthony was talking, you know, earlier, we are talking about single tree. But yes, here there are several trees, but they will be in a row and then it will be easier, you will cut them. So it's really harvesting. You're just planting trees in order to cut them in a few years when they will be mature. So it's just like, that's an occasion to talk about harvesting trees. Then you may just propose another task, and it's just more linked geography and history, and I will go deeper into this. Tree, wood, and the timber trade in the past. So looking at the tree through my window, like what trees were used for in the 19th century? Did we have enough wood for our needs in the 19th century? So it's interesting. Here, I missed one. Okay. Just some information here. By the mid-18th century, Britain had suffered centuries of continual deforestation. So that's also interesting. Deforestation is not something new from the last 20 years. It has been going out, for a long period. And you know, so a lot of the wood was imported from the Baltic Sea. And during the 19th century, Britain grew as an industrial nation. So wood was really in high demand. And it was always a lot of importation. So where the wood used in the UK was coming from. So if, you know, in history in the past, we were using more wood than we can produce, where it was coming from. So it was coming from mainly from the Baltic Sea, but in 1806, it was a continental blockade. And because of that, the exchange with the European continent were difficult. So here, and always have a map will help for the children to see that, but you just like, okay, going to take the wood from the Baltic Sea, it's quite easy, it's convenient. But if we can't go that way, where do we go? So, and that's where in the Quebec curriculum, we really teach that to the children. It's just like, okay, if you are Britain in the 18th, 19th century, and like there is a wall here, you cannot go to just take your wood there. If you look at your colony and you say, where can I go to get some wood? So then you just go and say, that's not the road, let's go the other side. So you just go the other way. Yes, it's quite a long journey through the ocean, but still it's a colony and there will be no blockade, no Napoleon and no nothing. So it will be an easy way. So that's where, when we talk, so one of the solutions was to go west in the colony where wood was really abundant. And here, this is all children in Quebec will not just know this graph, but will be teach about this. Like how the wood transport from the port of Quebec to England really increase in our economy. So when we teach social study, when we teach geography, that's one of the aspects. So we just explained that because of that blockade, then, because we were a British colony at that time, just the colonizer just came and take the wood from us. So it's interesting to relation to the distant place. So what can be the journey of the wood from the forest in Quebec to the UK in the 19th century? So here, depending of your interest to work into interdisciplinarity, to link history and geography and to teach about mainly distant place, you may go deep in that. So where is Quebec? So depending again, where is Quebec? So just a few maps here. So in Canada, in North America, it's a really big country with 5, 10 provinces, 3 territories, 6 time zones, 2 official languages. So you may go there. You may just look at some political map. You may also decide to just talk about the size. So you have the size of the province of Quebec compared to the size of the UK. So it's 10 times the size. So we were talking about, local reference. Just be careful because like sometimes when people work about Quebec, especially in French and English, it's the same. It's just like Quebec City is not the province of Quebec. So you have different things there. If you're just putting on Google like Quebec image, you will have only image of Quebec City, not of the province of Quebec. That is quite different. So that's sometimes interesting to see that. So it's just a little thing here. So you may talk for a distant place about the biome, about the vegetation zone, the physical geography of Quebec. That is quite simple for the main area. So it's like the lowlands, the Bouclier Canadien, and the mountains. Sorry, I'm thinking English, singing it French, but you can understand. So Quebec before, like how it was before, like the English, the Loyalist settlement, and all that, the lower upper Canada. So those are different aspects you may talk about. But if we go back to our main interest here, it's like the timber trade. So what can be the journey of the wood from the forest in Quebec to the UK in the 19th century? So just get it there. Okay. So yeah, so we mainly cut the trees in the winter. So those trees that were bring here in the UK were mainly cut in the winter. Do you know why? Why do we cut the tree mainly in the winter? Sorry?
Because of the sap?
Yeah, partly because of the sap. Yeah.
Lighter than when he leaves on.
Yeah, maybe a little bit lighter.
Easier to transport.
Yeah.
Slide them.
Yeah, so it was easier to transport the trees on the snow. It's easier because there is no sap, like you say. Maybe a little bit lighter because there were no leaves. But some of them were coniferous, so it was not applying to every tree. So it depends. And also, a lot of the loggers were farmer and then free in the winter. So there was like some available workforce. And also in the spring, the rivers are used as road for the trees. So like we were cutting the wood in the winter, and then in the spring, we just put it on the river, and then it will bring the wood near Quebec City. So that's what we have here. And I just put 2 images here, but we have many, many of them because like the other point I want to bring is that starting from the wood and the wood industry, there is all this historical and cultural aspect that it's creating. So it's really important when you talk about the cultural and the forest exploitation. So this is like the forest exploitation in the 19th century. So you see, so the red circle will be where the trees will be cut, and then in the spring they will be just put in the river, and then it will bring near either Quebec or other cities where they will just be on the boat, go to the UK. So it's really important. And when you see a lot of images, painting, and also more recent one, so we have a lot of pictures. So that was really important. So because UK needs some wood for industry, for railway, for sailing industry and energy, so that brings some economy boost in the province of Quebec and at the beginning of the 19th century. And I will say quite along all the 19th century until the 20th century. Whoops, sorry, it's just like it's just sticking there. No, sorry. I'll just.
Don't worry, we're not doing all these. These are the supplementary things that you can look at if you wish.
Okay, I think I will use this so it won't stick. Okay, so yes. So, and the other task, so there may be one task more about like economy and geography, sorry, and history, and from the forest to the culture. So when we look, and that maybe sounds really folkloric and just dated, but at the same time, just by that, just talking about the tree, that importance of the tree, that brings, the cultural aspect. So you have, I try to find some reference that are more in English, but we have much more in French as well. But like the Canadian lumberman, this is quite, a typical image from the Canadian forest industry at the beginning of the 20th century. And here you have Joe Montferrand. So if you want to learn more about him, he was a lumberjack. And just, on that link, the lumberjack, like the Canadian Encyclopedia, just explaining all that in English. I give you mainly resources in English. And you also have, like, we won't have time, but song by Gilles Vigneault, and even also a song for kids about Joe Montferrand. So it's just like all that wood industry that just permeates, just go through all the cultural aspect of society. And also the hunting gallery, so La Légende de la Chasse Galerie. So this is really typical. And you also have a lot of songs and reference and books in the literature about that. So you have really different aspect of it. And it's all like the hunting gallery. Do you know a little bit about this? Or it's just, the fact is like the lumberjack were in the wood the whole winter. So it was just like they were away from their family and they were not going to see their family even for Christmas. So it's just like, this is more, it was just kind of a contract with the devil. That's just like they just go for one night in this floating canoe, and then if they just come back by midnight without touching any crust at the top of church, they will be safe. So it's just like, it's a lot of mythology, but it's a legend that it's really, really common. And if you just look, chasse galerie, hunting, it's just like you will see all over the place. So, and there are songs about it, book, and all that. And even in contemporary culture we make reference. So, and the culture is also, in our program, we talk a lot about William Price. You may not know that much about him, even though he was born in England in 1789. So William Price came and he was really involved into all the export of timber to England. So he was a successful entrepreneur and he settled in the Saguenay region. And if one day you come to Quebec City, not Quebec City, but to the province of Quebec, and you go in the Saguenay region, you will see the Price family, pioneer of the Saguenay. It's really important. So that English presence, it's still there. You can see it in the province. And you see, like, there is a still William Price Heritage Center. This is the house in Saguenay. You have, like, above, this is at Université Laval. The Geography and Forestry Pavilion is called Price because of William Price, because of that wood, because of that, if we are going back to that tree from the window. And there's also impact in the contemporary literature on the land on the geography of Quebec. in the economy as well. So it's interesting to see that the colony perspective is different from the colonizer one, because like for me, that, you know, the fact that the UK, the England just came and take all that wood, we may see, like, oh, it's just taking all the natural resources and we're having nothing left. But at some point, there's some aspect that may be interesting. But saying that, I'm not saying that everything was good, because like I'm not talking here about either the way the French worker were treated or the First Nations. So there are, you know, it's more gray than just white or black. And if you have ever, because this is a really recent novel by Michel Jean called Cocoon, but it was translated in English, so that's why I'm talking about this one. But in that novel, it's in the region of Lac Saint-Jean, and you really see from the insider, the First Nation perspective, what it was to be used to go in the river and just go, and at some point where all that wood was coming in the spring, then the First Nation were not able anymore to just go up the stream and go to the place they were used to. So it's written it's not an historical, you know, and office novel in per se, but it brings that other perspective. So what can we learn from the tree? We can see from the window. So those three examples were there, mainly to just give you some ideas that you may complete those that you already have. So trees always have a human geography context: who, where, why, when. Tree can be a useful context to connect local to global process. So if depending of what question you're asking, you may go in different direction. That may be really interesting. And trees always have a historical geography context: who, where, why, when. Like, oh, we repeat that one. So yeah. And trees are useful and readily observable. And it's really, trees are an intersection point between politics, economy, scientific, history, geography. So that's what we really like about trees. You know, just looking at the trees outside the window, the trees can be at the intersection of all that. So if you want to do interdisciplinarity in your classroom, that can be a good idea. And also because they are so present in the everyday life. Once you just bring some question related to trees, then the children in the classroom may, the next time they walk by a tree, ask themselves a few questions. I wonder for how long and what was used for and what are the relations for that. So that's more mainly the aspect we want to cover.
We have gone over by 60 seconds, which is pretty remarkable, I have to say.
Okay.
Chantal, it's been a pleasure working with you. Thank you so much.
So, and you have like...
So you can scan the QR code, you can find a few more slides that we knew we wouldn't have time for. So sorry, it's been a bit of a hurly-burly head down, let's get through this session. Not as much discursive kind of conversation that we would have liked, but it's been really nice to spend some time with you. Enjoy the rest of your conference. And I feel I need to speak to two people because I need to answer your questions because it's really helpful.
Can I make an observation? You point to the Woodland Trust, the legends, protect the legends.
Yeah.
There is a link where you can actually zone in on where you live. And I've done it for Sheffield, and quite a lot of the trees are actually not in the public domain. It's quite interesting.
They're in private land.
Okay. But it's quite interesting. There is a link to actually you can
There's
map
such a
where
lot
they are.
going on in terms of thinking about this kind of living legend environment. So,
And in Wales, we have the plant programme where trees planted for every child.
Oh,
I
yeah?
didn't know that.
Okay. Like we have in Quebec, yeah.
Good to Wales.
Yeah. Because we don't have it here in England.
We don't have anything as far as I'm aware.
Okay,
Yeah,
so in
yeah.
Wales. Happy to learn that.
Thanks for coming. Appreciate it. I'll catch you again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to give it 1 more minute. It's 1 minute to 3, in case there's a last minute flurry. Is there a way of knowing how many people are online? Just to know if there's anyone online.
I have to see the live, but I'm afraid I can't give it.
No, okay, because I know Kit was saying how many were there. Oh no, it says there 3.
Oh yeah, you
Perfect,
can see.
perfect. That's fine, great. Yeah, just so I know there's somebody out there.
All right, cool, cool.
Right, let's get started, I think. Right, good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to get started because it says that it's 3 o'clock. So I'm going to mostly present from this position because I'm very conscious that I don't want to stand in front of the screen because we're live streaming to a small number of people somewhere in the world that are listening in. So to people that are listening in remotely, what I'm going to say is if you've got any questions, please do feel free to put them into the chat. I can't see the chat at the moment because I've got the screen as full screen. What I will do possibly part way through and certainly at the very end is I'll have a little look at the questions in the chat or any comments and we'll deal with them in that way if that's okay. So welcome to everyone that's here in person as well. My name is Sarah Larson. Just a little bit about me first of all. I work down at Reigate School in Surrey, just south of London. I also work for our skit, so I don't spend every day of my working week teaching geography. I also visit partnership schools and I assess trainees across all subjects as well. But it has to be said that my number one passion always has been and probably always will be the teaching of geography. I've been teaching geography for 25 years now. I've got no intention of coming away from it and stopping. So what I'm going to talk to you about this afternoon then is, as we can see, the link between domestic architecture, and I'm going to specifically focus on Northwest London for this study, and I'll talk to you about why I've chosen that particular location in a couple of minutes' time. But the link between domestic architecture, so social or just domestic housing in the 20th century, and social ideology. And the reason why I'm looking at that is because 29 years ago now, and I have brought it with me because I might need to look at it once or twice. This was my undergraduate dissertation. We were given the word limit of at least 7,000 words, but no more than 10,000 words. And I snuck mine in at just under 7,000 words, but they accepted it and that was all good. But I'm just going to talk to you for a minute about why I decided to do the study that I did and just exactly what periods in time we're going to be focusing on. So although the presentation is going to be talking about the 20th century, I'm mostly going to be focusing on the point from what we would call the interwar years, so after World War I, right up to the present day. Having said that, I will talk for a few minutes about the preceding years, before the interwar years, because I think if we just suddenly launch into what the social ideology and the domestic architecture look like in the interwar years, it's going to be out of context. It's not necessarily going to make sense. So to know what came before that moment in time, I think is quite crucial. So why Northwest London? I'm going to come back to our definitions in a second. I think it's important to consider why Northwest London. So just first of all, the arrows denote the areas that I'm going to be focusing on in particular. I'm going to cheat a little bit, 29 years after I wrote the original study, because I think there's 1 or 2 amazing examples in East London that I do want to make sure that I focus on as well. I think it would be a tragedy if we didn't mention 1 or 2 things that are particularly noteworthy. But mostly I'm going to be focusing on my home borough of London Borough of Hillingdon, but also neighbouring Harrow, Brent, as well as a sneaky look at some East London boroughs, Tower Hamlets and Barking and Dagenham, where I did once upon a time teach as well in East London. So why Northwest London? Well, as I've just said, I grew up in Northwest London, precisely where the pinpoint or that arrowhead is pointing was my home location. To be precise, it was the location or the suburb of Pinner in Northwest London. Some of you might have heard of it, some of you possibly not. You might think, oh, how amazing to have grown up and, you know, in the capital city. How exciting. No wonder you wanted to do your dissertation about that area. How lucky that you grew up in albeit suburban London. But actually 18-year-old Sarah, 19-year-old Sarah, as I was when I went to university, I was quite nonplussed by the location. I was quite bored living there. It wasn't central London. It was classic suburbia. It was home of the semi-detached house, as we'll see in a few minutes' time. And I couldn't wait to get out, actually. So when I went down to Portsmouth University to do my geography degree, that was excitement to me. That was really, really exciting. But as I went through my university course, I got really hooked on topics such as urban morphology, and in particular the work of people like Doreen Massey, who looked at a sense of place. And those ideas really started to resonate with me, and it made me start to see my home location in a little bit of a different light. So no longer was I seeing it as just this boring place that teenage me wanted to escape. It made me question, well, why do I have the sense of place that I do about my home location, about Pinner? And coupled with my interest in urban morphology, it fired my imagination to the extent that I decided that my third year dissertation was going to have a look at why is Pinner like it is? Why have we got such a different styles of housing across such a small area? I widened it out a little bit. I wanted to make sure that I did encompass as much of northwest London as I possibly could. Back in 1994/95, as it was when I wrote my dissertation, didn't have the internet, so I got on my bike with my camera and I rode around and I took photographs of people's houses, which kind of felt a bit weird actually, because you're literally standing outside people's homes taking photographs, and they possibly were wondering what on earth I was doing, but that was the only way around it. And so when I sat down to make the slides for this presentation, oh my goodness, how much easier it is in 2023, because we've got the internet, we've got things like Rightmove and Google Street Map, and at a click of a button, you can get whatever image you like without having to physically go to the study area necessarily to get them. So why was I so kind of bored, and why did I struggle with a sense of place, and what spurred me on to want to find out about why my home area appeared as it did, at least from the point of view of the domestic architecture? Well, if we think about where Pinner is, it is one of a very great many suburbs in northwest London. I don't know how familiar you are with London, but we've got the city centre just kind of off the map there. So it's a fairly outlying suburb, albeit part of the capital city. It's on the London Underground, on the Metropolitan line. But I struggled with that sense of place because it doesn't have a boundary. It doesn't have an edge. You can see it sprawls into neighbouring suburbs such as Eastcote, Northwood Hills, North Harrow, Pinner Green, etc. If we pan out a little bit, you can see just why I felt that I really struggled with that sense of place, because it is one of probably, quite frankly, hundreds of suburbs within London as a whole. And so that was what I really wanted to dig down into. What was it about that particular part of our capital city and the homes that people had lived in over the last 100 years? Why did they look like they did? Why did we see so many differing styles? What had been going on in history? Okay, so yes, we are collaborating with the dark side, if you like, a bit of history into our geography lecture this afternoon. And what could we find out about from history that allowed us to understand the architecture that we were seeing of the housing? Okay, so if we just go back a little bit and think about our definitions, because I don't want to kind of keep going without us understanding fully what we mean. So I don't like talking over slides when I teach, so I'm going to be quiet for 20 seconds so that you can read what you can see in front of you. So what do we mean by social ideology, first of all? Give you a bit of reading time. So that's what the Oxford Dictionary tells us. So a system of beliefs, it might be spurred by political actions or social actions, advances in technology as well, for example, environmental concerns, certainly in the latter years within the 20th century and going into the 21st century. The definition that's a little bit easier to define is domestic architecture. Essentially, we're looking at housing, whether it be single occupancy or multiple occupancy dwellings. So I will include some references to flats, for example. It's not just going to be looking at housing. Okay, so I think, as I've said, it's important to set a little bit of context in place of this study, rather than just suddenly starting to think about what was happening in the interwar years. So if we go back 1,000 years, first of all, between the years of 1200 and 1600, that very small red patch was London. Okay, a much, much smaller settlement than we know today. You might still recognise some of the outlying, what were villages. Pinner's not marked on there, but we can see Harrow on the hill, again in the northwest of the map, which is probably the closest village as was to my immediate home area. But most of what we now recognise as London suburbs were outlying villages. They were countryside, they were rural areas. People worked in agriculture, and the city itself was incredibly small, and it stayed so for at least 400 years. But if we zoom forward, because we do want to get to the 20th century, to the 19th century, first of all, the kind of slightly foggy patch, if you like, best way of describing it, shows the extent of London in Victorian London. So you can see just how much it has grown. And as geographers, we probably know that that was thanks to rural to urban migration. So workers moving from the rural areas to the urban areas in search of work, particularly in the East End of London, as the docks grew up as well, and the industry grew up around that. But we've got that vast area, which is now an urban area. And all of those outlying villages, or many of those outlying villages, are now no longer villages. They've been swallowed up as part of that urban sprawl, and they're now considered part of our capital city. And are to this day, although we can see that the extent of London is even greater, looking at the grey patches that we can see around that kind of foggy, smoky patch that we can see there. So what were the conditions like then, just briefly, before we move on to the 20th century? So, you know, I know that we've all got some idea of what Victorian London was like, but I think this picture tells us quite a lot. So large family sizes, buildings several stories high without any indoor toilet facilities or washing facilities. The buildings themselves are incredibly close together. So actually getting some sunlight, if you lived in the inner city areas of London in the 19th century, getting your vitamin D, for example, was going to be much trickier than it is today. No greenery, no front gardens, no back gardens. Many of the lower rise housing, for example, we refer to back-to-backs, literally had no outdoor space at all designated to those living areas. And actually, what we also can't see there is issues with disease that we might now only associate with the poorest countries in the world. In Victorian London, we were dealing with issues such as cholera and typhoid and dysentery, and these issues were finding their way into the media at the time as well. So that cartoon is there from 1858. If you can't quite read it, it says Father Thames, I guess on the right-hand side there, introducing his offspring to the fair city of London. So each of those quite ghastly-looking children is a different disease, and you can see London just shunning away, not wanting to be associated with such horrendous things. So if we have a think about what the government was thinking about and what pressure was on the government at this time, this map is quite a nice illustration of that. So, for example, Charles Booth, in his report, The Life and Labour of the People of London, which he published just before the turn of the century, he essentially mapped most of, certainly inner city London, and he colour-coded every single street. Some quite interesting wording in his colour coding. The black streets denote areas which he decided were semi-criminal. I don't know if he was basically saying that every single person that lived in each of those houses was definitely a criminal, or if there was just one or two people, and he kind of made those generalizations. And then we go up to the reds and the yellows, which were the much more wealthy areas. But this area here, certainly the southern bank of the Thames, is the Battersea area, which I'm going to mention towards the end as well, how that's changed in the last few years as well. But we can just see the conditions that people were living in the inner city. And so I wanted to make that clear, because if we had just suddenly started talking about the interwar years, it would have made less sense, because we want to know what people were moving away from. So I thought it was quite important that we just flag that up. So there was pressure then on the government to do something about these conditions. The high levels of disease, the overcrowding, the lack of open space, and there was growing pressure on the government to do that. But as we know, in 1914, events on the continent put a stop to that. Men who possibly would have been involved in house building in London and across the country had to go off and fight. And for 4 years, there was very little house building or any building at all across the UK, and certainly in our study area as well. So for 4 years, everything is on hold. So in terms of, if we now start thinking about what was going on in those interwar years, the first section, if you like, of my study that I looked at between 1918 up to 1939, okay, so just before the outbreak of World War II. Again, I'm going to give you 30 seconds or so just to skim read each of those, and I'm going to elaborate on some of those. So that's this overriding social ideology of the interwar years. So you might have heard the phrase homes fit for heroes. It was very much the idea that the people that have been fighting for us in the war should not be coming back home, and I will come back to that slide, to conditions like that. Those homes were not fit for heroes. And so coupled with the pressure on the government to do something about these squalid conditions, that phrase was one of the most heard phrases of the time amongst politicians. But people didn't want to look forward to a new scary time. They didn't want to think about necessarily about what the future might hold in terms of architecture and house building. People wanted to look back. They liked what they remembered from before the war, what they referred to as the halcyon days. People wanted a return to normalcy. They wanted to restore what they had before World War II. So the prefix of re, was very much a popular prefix of the time, going back to what they knew before World War I. The age of rambling and hiking in the countryside was a particularly popular pursuit. Crucially, family sizes were starting to come down. So 2.2 children on average per family by 1930, although the very poorest families, they were still much higher than that. So 5, 6, 7 was quite common. But crucially as well, women rarely worked. So the family and members of the family had incredibly clearly defined roles. Men went out to work, women stayed at home and raised the children. It was very, very rare that women went out to work and actually earned any money. So as a result, if you were a woman in the interwar years and you wanted to own your home, you had to rely on your husband's income for that. So generally getting married was the done thing so that you could move out of your parental home and be part of that family unit and actually own your own home. If we think about this idea then of hiking and rambling and wanting to get out of the countryside and wanting to get away from the polluted inner city conditions, one movement that's particularly worthy of note at this time is the Garden City movement, led by Ebenezer Howard. You may have heard of locations such as Welwyn Garden City and Letchworth Garden City in Hertfordshire. He essentially said that the ideal living conditions at this time would be to take the best elements from living in the town and the best elements from living in the countryside and combine them. And so that people had these self-contained communities where they didn't need to constantly be going into the city centre for whatever it was that they needed, because everything would be on their doorstep. So his model there, I know it's a little bit tricky to read, but he's noted down the worst conditions of living in the town and the worst issues with living in the countryside. And at the bottom of the model, he's talking about what would be this almost utopia of living within an area that is kind of combining the town and the country together. So, for example, down the bottom, it says you would have your freedom. Everyone would be living together with cooperation, low prices, low rents, low rates, lots to do, but away from the pollution, away from the noise, away from the congestion. So that was a crucial thing to be thinking about as well. Something that Doreen Massey talked about, and sitting in one of the lectures, I think it was the podcast lecture yesterday, it reminded me of this idea that she talked about, that places are not bounded. So although in my mind I was seeing Pinner and Northwest London as my home area, I was possibly not linking it to the wider ideology and the wider goings on just within London itself as much as I possibly could. And so this idea of places not being bounded, I think, is exemplified by what we also saw at this time, which was the building of the railways, or certainly just before the interwar years. That might not look that familiar, but if I do that, and I've circled the area that we're particularly talking about, it's the building of the Metropolitan Railway. So it's now on modern day maps, it's the purple line, if you like. And so the building of the Metropolitan Railway as well allowed people, if they had enough money at least, to get out of the city on day trips to some of those outlying villages that we saw on the map before they were swallowed up by urban sprawl in Victorian Britain. And so those were the areas where we start to see the housing growth in the interwar years. The Metropolitan Railway were quite clever, because not only did they build the Metropolitan Railway, They also, as part of their subsidiary company, which was known as the Metropolitan Railway Surplus Lands Company, they bought up land either side of the railways that they were also building. And the idea behind that was to make more money by then selling off the houses that they were then going to have built on that land either side of the railways. And those houses still exist today. Many of them semi-detached, because that's the kind of most common housing style that we do see today. But some of them larger, some of them detached. So, for example, some of the houses right near to Pinner Station are beautiful, very salubrious, a bit like the second one from the left. But many of them are the bog standard kind of semi-detached houses that we still see today. These are some of the adverts trying to entice people to the area that they themselves were building. And if we think back to what that ideology is that we've talked about already, of wanting to get away from the slums of the inner city and the smoke and the noise and the overcrowding and people's propensity to go on hikes and rambling when they could, we can see that in the adverts. Okay, the big selling point was, look at what you could have. Look at how much countryside you can have on your doorstep by having a garden, by having a nearby park. That idea of the garden city movement can visually be seen, I think, in some of these adverts. So really selling people that rural idyll. But again, noting that the infrastructure, if you need to get back into the city centre, the railway is there for you as well. And it's in stark contrast to what we talked about a few minutes earlier with the overcrowding. So that was the contrast that the home builders were trying to get across. So if we pan out, this is Queen's Park in 1935, and we have a look at what some of these developments look like from the air. We can see that they haven't gone with that traditional grid system, which was favoured by the Victorians with their house building and their residential areas. We can see we've got curves, we've got circles, we've got some straight lines as well, and that was deliberate. It was aimed to give people a sense of space and community, and to make their home area feel a little bit more unique, and just to get away from that whole Victorian idea of everything being on that grid system. We can see there are parks that have been planned in there as well, so making sure people have got that green space that those home adverts promised. But those houses, certainly from the air and from a distance, look quite homogenous, don't they? They all look like they're kind of identical, every single house being exactly identical to each other. But actually, nothing can be further from the truth. If we pan down, this is very close to my own road, Abbotsbury Gardens in Eastcote. And I actually did go back and take these personally myself a few weeks ago. I didn't want to lift everything off the internet. I wanted some of this to be things I'd gone and found myself. We can see even between pairs of houses, that individuality. So, for example, on the left-hand photo, you've got the mock Tudor beams on the left-hand side, not so on the right-hand side, and likewise on the right-hand photo as well. So every house was individual, and that was a selling point as well, away from the monotony and the grid system of the Victorian era of the inner city slums. Notice also, although on this example, and most of the examples actually, the front gardens have been paved over, but people had a front garden all of a sudden, and people had a quite extensive back garden, which is something that they didn't have in the inner city areas. And again, that's people's little bit of countryside. The hiking, the rambling, which was becoming so popular, was a real selling point for the people that moved into these houses. What we also need to think about is some of the styles of the houses that are particular to northwest London. Some of these houses, you could argue, could be anywhere in the country. And the aim of this talk is to hopefully give you a broad overview of what the architectural styles and the social ideology was at the time, so that you can apply it to your home locality. But equally, there was a housing style that was borrowed quite heavily from the very local area. This is an example, one of the few remaining examples of the Middlesex farmhouse. What's quite, not unique, but the main feature of the Middlesex farmhouse is how low the eaves came down, right past the upper story, not quite down to the ground, but certainly much more extensive than you might find in other areas. And if we look at some of the housing styles built in the interwar years, we can see that replicated. So the architects were very, very keen to bring that rural feel into what was now becoming suburban London. And it was that real selling point. And we can see here some nicer examples of some front gardens. And the mature back gardens can just be made out with the trees behind in the bottom right-hand corner instance. Okay, and then the mock Tudor. I mean, it is a classic feature, I guess, isn't it, of most interwar housing across the country. has no kind of functional purpose. It was just for decorative purposes. But again, that whole idea of looking back to the past and wanting to build the past into the present rather than looking to the future. There's one other slight architectural style that kind of goes away a little bit from the looking back to the past idea. This architectural style is known as art moderne, and it's a much plainer way of building houses. The idea behind this is that it's meant to more replicate industrial buildings and even ships that were being built at the time and increase foreign travel. Most people obviously doing that by ship in those days. Much cleaner lines. Notice how the windows curve around, and actually they do that in most of our examples with the more traditional style of architecture as well. Again, that lack of sunlight in the inner city. The houses and the windows in particular have got several aspects. So as the sun moved around across the course of the day, the room was still filled with sunlight because it had more than one aspect to it. So that idea of getting your sunlight and getting out in the open was seen in this style of housing as well. And some of the slightly more expensive houses even had their own balcony, really taking on the look of some of those ocean liners that were taking people across the Atlantic Ocean at that time as travel increased for those people that had the money to do so. We've only looked at houses so far. I want to make sure that we look at what I think is an amazing example, actually. And I live just around the corner from this development, and I never went in until I actually did this study, aged 18, 19, 20. I think it's beautiful, a lovely example of art moderne. It's a listed building, so the window frames are still wooden and are still painted in the original green. I imagine they touch it up every few years, but that pretty much looks as it did when it was built almost 100 years ago now. But again, we can see the balconies very much taking on that idea of what ships' balconies look like, certainly at the time, and that green space incorporated into that area. I just want to mention, and this is my one diversion out to East London, because all of the houses we've looked at so far have been mostly privately owned dwellings for people that could afford to buy their own homes. But in East London, I think it's worth noting what was going on with some of the council house building as well. I wanted to pick this one in particular because I think it's still the case to this day. Certainly when it was built, it's the largest council estate in Europe. I taught in Dagenham for 2 years, so many of my children that I taught lived in this area as well, which was great as a geography teacher to really embed myself and immerse myself in that area for 2 years. But again, even with the council housing, we can see that defensible space, the front gardens, the back gardens, and the irregular patterns, the irregular shapes that give people that feel of individuality and of being out in the countryside. When it was built, the Beacon Tree Estate was on the edge of London. So people very much had the countryside on their doorstep. But getting the poorest people out of the slums was something that the government was incredibly keen to do. And so the council estates addressed that. Okay, so we're now getting to the end of the interwar years. Again, war interrupted any house building. In fact, it not only interrupted it, but it had a much more grave effect on houses across the country, and in particular of London. I don't know how many of you investigated this website. That's from bombsite.co.uk or .com. I'm not sure what the ending of the website is. Every single one of those red blobs, if you like, or balls, is a bomb that fell on London. If you go and have a play around with the website, you can zoom right into street level and see exactly where every bomb fell across the Blitz. We can see that not majority, but there was a greater concentration of bombs to the east of London, which kind of makes sense because that's the docks, and it made sense, I guess, that the Germans targeted that area. But West London and Northwest London certainly didn't escape. We can still see that there was extensive damage there as well. So as a result, that now became a priority. After 1945, when peace broke out, should I say, there was a very different social ideology that drove house building straight after World War II. Again, I'm going to give you 20 or 30 seconds just to skim read that, and then I'll flesh a couple of them out for you. So it's quite the change from, did you need to? No, okay, I thought you were going to come and talk to me, sorry. It's quite a change from what the social ideology was from the end of World War I to after World War II. No longer were people looking back to the past for their recreation or their housing styles. This was very different. There was an urgent need to rebuild homes. There was a practical need to rebuild homes after the bombings, but people were very reluctant to return to what they saw as quite insecure world of before the Second World War, of the 1930s, and the difficulties that people were having financially, for example. The family unit was still important. It was the centre of consumption, and wages were gradually increasing. Gradually, more and more women were going out to work, although that was still relatively rare, but it was increasing in prevalence. But we were starting to make real scientific advancements. It was this era, for example, that saw man land on the moon for the first time, and people were put into space. And society was becoming much more permissive. It was increasingly a much more multiracial society, with the government encouraging immigration within certain job roles. So we are seeing a real change because of what the war did to the capital city, but also people's attitudes and scientific and technological advances. So we're now in a period of time, an architectural period of time, if you like, which we would sum up as being called modernism. So from 1945 to 1970, that architectural style, which I'm going to talk to you about, was the prevailing style of the time, whether it be for houses or flats or industrial buildings or public buildings. One of the most prominent architects within modernism is, and I'll just pronounce his surname, was Le Corbusier. I'll let you do the rest of his first name in your head. It's quite lengthy. He was one of the key proponents of modernism. He essentially said that buildings did not need to have any embellishments or decorations on them. So he shunned all of what he was seeing before World War II. He said that we just need buildings to look as plain as possible. They are just places to live in. We don't need to see ornamentation. We don't need to see past architectural styles. It's pointless. It adds nothing to your living experience, is what he said. And he said that we can get from nature the two most important lines that we can use to build houses. So he said the horizon provides us with the horizontal. And he said that the vertical, for example, dangling a weighted piece of string, would give us a vertical line. And so that horizontal and that vertical together gives us a right angle. And he said that is the most important angle for any buildings that need to be built. We do not need to be worrying about any embellishments or fancy ornamentation. So when we start to look at some of the styles of housing that were built kind of into the 50s and the 60s, things didn't pick up straight away, but certainly into the 1960s, this is the most common sort of style. We can see that right angle. There are no embellishments whatsoever on that house. I've picked this one in particular because Erno Goldfinger was another key architect of the time, and I'm going to talk about some of his work in a couple of minutes' time. His was the centre of the three homes that you can see there. I think he had slightly bigger living quarters than the two that lived either side of him. You can just about possibly make out the National Trust sign on the wall on the right-hand side there. So that's now been brought up as a really important example of modernist architecture, not least because it was designed and lived by one of the most important architects of that time as well. But that's now somewhere that you can go and visit in Hampstead in North London, or just into northwest London. Again, very box-like and block-like buildings. This again was built and lived in by the architect. That one is just around the corner from where I grew up. Didn't think much of it until a few years ago when I really started noticing things a bit more every time I go back to the area. That one's in Eastcote, again lived in by the architect that designed and built it. But again, no embellishments, box-like. And if we kind of think about some of the larger scale residential buildings that were built as well, this one is the Chalk Hill Estate in Wembley, London Borough of Brent, still northwest London. Looking at it from the air, it actually, funnily enough, took its inspiration from the big estate just up the road, Park Hill Estate in Sheffield. That kind of claw-like shape that those buildings create from the air can be seen quite clearly, can't they? But what Le Corbusier and his contemporaries said was that with buildings, there is no need to have a designated front and back. There's no preferred facade. The front looks the same as the back. One side looks the same as the other side. There is no need to have all this decoration and this designated front and designated back. They are just machines for living in. In fact, he referred to these particular types of buildings, the high-rise buildings, as streets in the sky. And so many people that came from the inner city slums, and at the same time as the house rebuilding after the bombing of World War II, many of the inner city slums were still being cleared. They were put into communities like this. And the idea being that you would live there with other members of your family and you would get to know your neighbours, and it would be a very, very strong community. We'll talk about why that didn't quite pan out in a second. I can't not mention Trellick Tower. I've got a big lino print of this on my living room at home. Some people hate it, other people adore it. I don't think it's beautiful as such. I don't think that would be the right word to describe it as, but I think it's incredibly striking and incredibly of its time. And actually, this was built in 1972, so it's just celebrated its 50th anniversary. In 1998, it was made a Grade 2 listed building. So that's here to stay. That one's not going. Although one or two of the examples I'm going to talk about in a second have now gone. They've been razed to the ground and replaced by much lower rise buildings. That one is here to stay. So largely, it's still social housing, but there are now a small number of people that have bought up those flats for quite a price, it has to be said, just because it's such an iconic structure. And it was actually designed and built by Erno Goldfinger, who was the owner and designer of the very first house that we just looked at, which now is owned by the National Trust. But not many people know that the Trellick Tower, although it is iconic and famous, was actually the second of a pair of towers. The first one being built in East London, Balfron Tower, same design, same architect. That one came first. I will put it back. And that one came second. But that's the one that has become more iconic. Balfron Tower is currently empty. The residents have been moved out into other council properties around the area, in Poplar, in Tower Hamlets, in East London. And they are being sold for an absolute fortune. So that one, I'm not sure if it's listed. I couldn't tell you for certain either way, but that one is a very, very desirable place to live now. That kind of the whole of Poplar has been regenerated, and that tower is no exception. Just a little look inside Trellick Tower, because I did promise that I would do this. Those aren't my photos, but I have been to it. I have visited it. Again, we can see the interior of Trellick. Is very much like the outside. So no over embellishments, no ornamentation. I like it. I think it's quite striking. I quite like the colours as well. I think it's very bold. It's very forward thinking. The scientific discoveries that were going on at the time, I think can be seen within that as well, with the forward thinking. The original cedarwood door we can see on the top right hand corner there as well is still standing. I also really want to mention this one though. This one isn't here anymore. They demolished it 4 or 5 years ago. Robin Hood Gardens, Tower Hamlets again in East London. Again, quite reminiscent of what we see over the road in Sheffield with Park Hill. But it was decided it was just in too much of a state of disrepair to salvage, unfortunately. I don't know what we think about that. We could talk about that in a moment, whether we think it's beautiful or a monstrosity or a beautiful monstrosity. I don't know. There's different ways of looking at it, but it's certainly very, very striking and very, very much of its time. But by the mid-70s, all of these types of residences, despite Le Corbusier's dream of everybody working together as a community, it was sadly not working. They were areas that criminals targeted, whether it be for theft, drug taking, prostitution, all sorts of illegal activities were taking place in the stairwells, in the lifts, in the balconies of these areas. And so very gradually, these fell out of favour with architects. But it was one event in 1968, a gas leak, which caused an explosion in Ronan Point, which is in London Borough of Newham, again in East London. A lady went to make a cup of tea one morning, switched on her gas cooker to boil her kettle, and it caused a huge explosion because there'd been gas leaking all night. She survived, miraculously, but 4 other people died, very sadly. And so this event was a real turning point in people realizing that possibly these streets in the sky, and actually what transpired to be a lack of building regulations when they inspected this building after the event, very gradually this style began to fall out of favor. So we now come to the last main time period of our study, the 1970s onwards. Just give you 15 or so seconds to read that slightly shorter list. The social ideology of the 1970s to the present day. So we're starting to see an aging population, therefore more people, and actually a more pluralistic society. So what I mean by that is more people perhaps living on their own, higher rates of divorce, again, more people living on their own. So the family unit is now no longer the only way in which people are living their lives in their homes. Increasing concern about the environment as well, but people becoming more affluent, most families owning at least one car. All of those things, along with the disastrous consequences of some of the more high-rise living from the 1960s and 1970s, were coming into play. And we're starting to see homes looking very much slightly more traditional and actually pretty similar to what we were seeing in the interwar years. So we're now seeing the sloped roofs, the ornamentation, the bay windows are back. These home adverts are from the very late 70s and the early 80s. So we've got Barrett Homes and Wimpy Homes. I think they're both still going. I know Barrett certainly are. Still the family unit being the kind of selling point for the right-hand side one there. But if we look at some actual examples of houses from this era, we can see that some of these homes are not incredibly small, but certainly much smaller than some of the homes from the interwar year period, for example. That central house there, I imagine, is probably no more than 2 bedrooms, if that. So again, giving us this idea of this pluralistic society, more and more people living on their own, whether it be because their partner's passed away or they're just choosing to live on their own. No garages here, but we can see designated parking spaces. We can see the front garden is back, albeit quite small in this example, and the idea of the environment and the countryside coming back into play as people are really, kind of wanting to make sure that they're getting that fresh air because of high pollution levels, even in cities. And if we look at some of the more affluent housing from this era as well, we're even seeing the mock Tudor beams back. So really similar to what we were seeing in the interwar years, the back gardens and the front gardens reappearing again. And that defensible space that we talked about in the interwar years. So if we think about then where we have come from, we talked about the vernacular, the local housing style, the Middlesex farmhouse, which influenced in turn much of the very localized architecture of northwest London, but equally that's the case for a lot of the architecture across the country, that looking back to the past, the old architectural styles being seen in the interwar housing. We then saw a complete departure from that in the need for rapid house building after World War II and building these streets in the sky and the prefabricated concrete being a really rapid way in which that issue could be addressed. But then we saw the issues with crime, for example. I didn't mention, but the Trellick Tower in particular got the nickname by the late 70s, early 80s, the Tower of Terror. So although that no longer is the case now because it's been gentrified and it's being sold out for private use and private ownership, even so, that style completely fell out of favour. And we're now today seeing a much more traditional style of house building. It's not quite the end, though, because when I did my dissertation back in 1994/5, that was where I ended things because that was where we had got to. But actually, just a minute on where we appear to be now. We appear to be in a new architectural era. Some house building, and actually, if we think about some of the more statement pieces that we're seeing going up in some of the regenerated areas. So we talked about Battersea being mapped and having some criminal streets, according to Booth. This area here is the Battersea and the Nine Elms redevelopment. You might have read about the infamous Sky Pool that only the private residents are allowed to use. But we seem to be moving away yet again from the more traditional style of housing and yet again thinking about simplifying things down, thinking about how technology can be built into housing. And there seems to be a new architectural style that's emerged in the last 15 or 20 years. That said, where I'm living in West Sussex, the big housing estates that are being built out into the countryside are still of that very traditional style. So we're not seeing this everywhere, but we're certainly seeing that amongst some of the more statement pieces, I guess central London is a fairly statement area of housing, right on the banks of the Thames there. We're starting to see a move away again from the more traditional styles of housing. So where at the end of my dissertation, I concluded that our anomaly, if you like, in house building was the modernist era. Everything else looks fairly similar to each other. We appear to be departing again from what we've traditionally seen. I wonder how much more of this we're going to see. I wonder where it's going to go in the next 30, 40, 50 years. It's interesting to think about, isn't it? Where domestic architecture might go in the neo-modernist period, beyond the neo-modernist period, where might we be in a few decades' time? I'll leave you with that thought. Thank you for listening. Are there any questions? I am just going to have a look at the chat online as well. I sincerely hope what you... Yeah, okay. Just going to see... Okay, all right, thank you. Are there any questions in person, first of all, or just comments? While I have a look to see if we've got...
Right at the beginning when you were talking about the homes fit for heroes ideology and the sort of Ebenezer Howard things. Of course, there's the sort of idea of the self-contained 15-minute city. That's coming out.
Exactly.
And
Yeah.
Like going back to that idea in a way of that's how we would live.
That's a great observation. Exactly. I mean, the fact that we've got some of those houses, the very most recent ones, going down one route of almost looking, quite modernist in their design. I think we're seeing a much more pluralistic design of building going on, if you like. I don't think we're in an era where you can say all buildings now follow this one set of design. I think we're seeing lots of different designs coming out, that being a nice example. Yeah, it'd be interesting, won't it, to see how that works at scale, I guess. Yeah, no, thank you for that. Yeah, go for it.
What's your sense of place now?
My sense of place now, I absolutely adore Northwest London, partly because, and it's done a completely, not 360, but 180-degree turn. I think partly because I'm older and you've got nostalgia, haven't you, to look back on, your childhood home, etc. But now I've got that deeper understanding of why Northwest London in particular looks like it does. It makes more sense to me now. And, as geographers, we can walk around and make sense of places, whether it be rural or urban. That includes our home areas. If I was to do another university dissertation, I would do the same study again. My interest has not moved away from that particular aspect at all. It still fascinates me, partly because it's where I grew up. But no, I love going back there now to visit old school friends and what have you. But it's because it makes sense, and I can look at things and go, yes, no, I understand why that looks like it does, which is what geography does for all of us, I guess, doesn't it? Regardless of what topic we're talking about. Bob.
One of the things that people might like to know, that if you keep your eye on iPlayer, is the old classic BBC programme from the 1950s by John Betjeman.
Yes, thank you for mentioning that.
Which is wonderful. If you're teaching about
places. Yes, and it's Northwest London as well. Yeah. My dad was a huge fan, actually, so he's not with us anymore, but I think I've literally turned into my dad, as we all do eventually, or we all turn into our parents, don't we? So I think I've kind of got him to thank a little bit for piquing my interest in that, but he always was raving on about John Betjeman and had his books on the coffee table all the time. Yes, thank you so much for mentioning that. Yes, yeah, no, totally.
What's your favourite type of architecture?
Oh, do you know what? I'm glad you've asked. It's Vic, isn't it? Yeah. Thank you. Because monstrosity as it is, where's it gone? I just honestly, there's just something about it, and I can't quite put my finger on it. I wouldn't say it's necessarily my favourite, but it's just striking, isn't it? Part of me just kind of thinks, what on earth possessed them to build such a thing? But equally, just how brave, of home builders to depart so radically from what, only a decade or so ago was a very much traditional house building style. But then, of course, they had huge numbers of people to have to rehome in a very short space of time. So, I have got a print of Trellick Tower on it was bought as a present, but they knew I loved it. That sits on my living room wall. It has to be said. So I don't know. What do we think? We could do a quick show of hands, couldn't we? Who thinks that actually there is something in this? It is pretty striking, and as a statement piece, is anyone with me? What do you think? Yeah. Why do you love it?
I'm a fan of
Yeah, absolutely.
Certain brutalistic.
Mm-hmm.
Don't know if you've read the book Utopia.
No, but I've heard of it. Yeah. Oh, thank you for the recommendation. That's great.
I buy a Park Hill flat.
I've got it as my hotel view. It's like they knew. I'm on the 5th floor. It is just the best hotel view I've ever genuinely had. I'm so lucky. No, it's interesting what they're doing with the gentrification and just changing the appearance of it, because those panels aren't original, are they? The yellow and the orange. It's not original. Yeah, it's quite satisfying, isn't it, to look at? Yeah. Yeah, you get why they did it, because who needs embellishments? All you got to do is live in it. You can't see the embellishments from the inside anyway, so why bother? I kind of get it. Yeah. It's David, isn't it?
Yeah, David. Yeah. So it's tempting to say I like the bravery, etc.
Yeah, absolutely.
But then you got to think about it's somewhere to live, and
yeah,
it's tempting for us as observers to say we like the look of it, but would we want to live there?
Yeah.
If you look in like the back-to-back house, I lived in the back-to-back house in Leeds for many years, and that was in one of the textbooks it said there were no back-to-back houses in Leeds, and I was living in a back-to-back house in Leeds, and it's like
thousands of them surely in Leeds.
They still exist. There are 20,000, and
how bizarre.
That itself. They're staying on since the 1890s, and they've got it's a front door. You got your own place, but you are backed on. It's the efficient use of land. It's got a little pot.
Absolutely.
I literally used to cut it with a pair of shears. But yeah, you've got to bear in mind people live in places as well and make it livable.
Completely, and the crime levels. You can't. That's not a do you love it or do you hate it. Crime was happening. There was no argument about that. So that was a huge issue, and still is in many of these areas as well. That's not something that's been solved.
Put up with money that then died out.
Yeah.
They have been able to maintain that.
So it's not design; it's the maintenance.
Yeah.
And the selling off of capital and the concentration of property and stuff. But yeah, I appreciate it. It's a combination, isn't it? It's how the
We studied the Googles in teach that
Glasgow, isn't it? Yeah.
And it's brilliant old videos, amazing. And it's all about the maintenance that they weren't maintained. Yeah. But also quite interestingly is that they were designed for families and aging populations meant that actually you've got this concentration of older people in these tower blocks, and they weren't suitable for them. And people going up and down the lift.
And if the lift's broken,
falling down the stairs. And this sort of thing.
And that lack of defensible space, so no garden anyway, but no barrier between the walkway and where you live and your flat. It's just smack bang together. Yeah.
Quite interesting things in the Gorbals, like the balconies with a little shelf next to them, so that the kids could stand on the shelf and look out.
Oh my goodness, crikey! Yeah, that's interesting. Isn't it? That's the kind of everyday geography. That's what their experience was. Oh, fascinating.
Build called Eddington that is brutalistic in
neo-modern then. Yeah, absolutely.
And I've had friends drive past it up the M11 saying, it has the Russian state built.
Yes.
It is.
Wow. What was that called? Eddington.
Eddington.
Oh, I'll look that one up. Okay.
A new way of the funding that the university purchased it.
Okay.
The money and the rent goes back.
Is it student accommodation then?
It's a mixture of
right.
Postgrad and open market.
Okay. Oh wow.
But it's all going to be funded and maintained, but it's still the university property they built. They built this greenbelt.
Yeah.
Controversially, but it's going to therefore be maintained because it isn't going to be like a Park Hill.
Yeah. No, absolutely.
So it is going to be constantly maintained with that. But it's more brutal than some of the brutalists.
Oh, I'll look that one up. That sounds interesting. Yeah. No, thank you for that. Thank you for your additions to that. That's interesting. Thank you. I shall let you get on. Thank you, everybody.
Right, so you don't have to end it. You just have
Yeah.
to press mute.